we have 2 years to save the world, it begs the question, who exactly has 2 years to save the world? The answer is every person on this planet. We still have a chance to make greenhouse gas emissions tumble. Generation of national climate plans, but we need these stronger plans now. So when I say we have 2 years to save the world, it begs the question, who exactly has 2 years to save the world? The answer is every person on this planet. We still have a chance to make greenhouse gas emissions tumble. Generation of national climate plans, but we need these stronger plans now.
Hello, everyone, and welcome back to Reforesting for Peace, session number 4. What you were hearing right now was the official jingle of Reforesting for Peace, where we are using different indigenous songs from Bolivia, Ecuador, Indonesia, Europe as well. And at the end, we were hearing indigenous from Brazil. So thank you, everyone. I hope if you don't get mad that we were using some sounds from your countries, from your cultures. The idea is to empower the youth and also that people understand how important indigenous communities are to save the planet, because our friends are in the first line in the fight against climate change. So today we will be talking. In the previous session, we talked about the art of storytelling, and we discovered how stories can transcend boundaries, uniting us to our shared journey towards sustainable future. But today, we will be talking about something incredible: script writing, creativity, and coastal protection, and the involvement of nature-based solutions in this process. As we dive in the essential of script writing, we will uncover the secrets of crafting compelling narratives that amplify the message of nature-based solutions, that we need them so much. As you know, we will use Mentimeter, and please welcome Lujane Ramosi, Luji, and she will let you know the Menti code, and she's the BC of GYC. Hi, Luji, how are you doing?
Hi, everyone. How are you doing? How are you, Augustin?
Today, I'm really excited and happy because I feel that we will have an amazing session. And thank you, everyone, all the team that is in the background. Irene,
Yeah,
Reed.
and Chris and everyone. Okay, so how you use Menti and what Menti is like kind of like Kahoot. So you go, you type www.menti.com, and then you type in the code that you see on the screen, or you
Okay.
scan the QR code. And then it should take you to the questions. And once it's on the questions, yeah, Augustine's doing it right now. Once it's on the questions, you can go and type any question you want to one of your speakers. And yeah, that is all.
But also don't forget that the first question is asking you, where are you from? Because we want to know where our viewers are coming from. I just clicked that I'm from Ecuador. Okay, let's keep going then, Luigi, and thank you so much. Let's go to our funders and our partners, the contributors that we have during this amazing journey. And again, the Mentimeter, and thank you everyone, Trescon, Sankari Studios, Youth Climate Report, MaFilm, Alta Sea, Eco-Interpreters, Youth in Green, CBA, and United Nations, United Arab Emirates, all our partners that make this possible, and as well that ECCG. So we couldn't do this with all these amazing people, and today we have a special guest as a moderator because Hannah is busy right now, but we have someone incredible. Please, hey yo, join me, bro. I'm really glad to have you here today. Hey yo, and please introduce yourself. Let us know what are the amazing things that you are working on. Where's Ayo? I cannot see him. Okay. Ayo. Well, meanwhile, I'm going to read where Ayo is a sustainable advocate from West Africa, Nigeria, and he's most interested in ensuring that, listen to this, young people have the resources that help them in their change making journey, just that we are doing. That's why Ayo is one of our GYC volunteers. He's doing this through education tours around higher education institutions around his country, Nigeria. In his continent, he is the founder of African Climate Change Movement, where he helps to create networks that leads to project partnerships across Africa. I believe our friend Ayo is having some trouble, but no problem. Just let's keep going, Luigi. Please let us
I'm
know
just gonna
about the languages.
I'm just gonna fill in and say that AO has some internet issues. Once he's back, he'll be on stage immediately. Okay,
Okay.
so as for he's back.
Ayo! Hey, hermano, how are you doing?
I'm doing great. I'm doing great. Hi, everyone. It's really nice to host this session today. My name is Ayolu Afolakumi Ogunshola from Nigeria, West Africa, Nigeria. I'm a sustainability advocate from West Africa, Nigeria. I'm very much interested in ensuring that young people have the resources that help them to be able to be involved in the change making journey. And it's a pleasure to be able to host this session with amazing change makers like Augustine, Luigi, and everyone that's joining us from around the world. Um, Please note that this session is being interpreted in different languages. If you have requested interpretation, be sure you are watching us from the right YouTube channel link. You can find them in your email. We'll drop the links in the main chat. Also, make sure that you subscribe to the YouTube channels so that we can keep this going. You know, you should also ensure not to follow our rules of engagement. Please be aware to treat each other with respect and dignity. Pay attention to our amazing speakers and put time into attending all our sessions. Right. Also, do not forget to um, share your highlights on your Instagram and your social media platforms while attending the sessions, right? I'll now give it to Augustine so he could share our next speaker.
Yeah, we were seeing our great broadcaster Chris on the background. And yeah, just let's now I have to talk about our social media accounts. As you know, the Global Youth CO, Reforesting for Peace. You can follow us. Please get a screenshot right now. But it's also important that we thank all the team behind Reforesting for Peace, the GYC work and task force. Thank you, Irene, Lu Jane, Hannah, Shange, Bianca, Chris, and also the people behind in the interpretation eco interpreters. And today, let's go. Hey, Joe, let us know what will be our lineup. Um, I believe, hey, Joe, as you know, we are making this globally. There's people from Nigeria, Ecuador, Egypt, USA, and in general. But today we will have Terry Tamimin, Ahmed Yassin, Selim Siyami Sommer, the musician. We go with Laurel Chor, and we close with Alessandra Yupanqui. So, Terry Tamimin is the president CEO of the nonprofit Blue Economy, have Alta Sea in Port of Los Angeles in 2003. Governor Arnold Schwarzenegger appointed him Secretary of California Environmental Protection Agency and later Cabinet Secretary. He was the Chief Policy Advisor to the Governor, and he also co-founded the Air 20 Regions of Climate Action, a public-private partnership working globally to deploy climate solutions at the scale, and provides climate policy advice to 7th-generation advisors in the Leonardo DiCaprio Foundation, Pegasus Capital Advisors, and the UN Green Climate Fund. Wow. He's an accomplished author. Terry's books include Water's Color, How the GG, the Whale Saved Us, and Cracking the Carbon Code, the Keys to Sustainable Profits in New Economy. So if you want to read something, I recommend you these two books. And finally, The Guardian ranked Terry as #1 in its top 50 people who can save the planet. Before we go with Terry, I want to thank you because Alta Sea and you personally, we just reached you out at the beginning of last year. We asked you if you want to support us. We asked you if you just want to come and join us on this journey. And we don't understand how it happened, but you agreed with us. And now you are, Alta Sea is one of our partners. And now we will hear from you, Terry. So thank you so much for leading the climate action with actions. Please, let's go, Irene, with the video and welcome Terry.
Thank you. I hope everyone can hear me. And good morning from Los Angeles, sunny Southern California. Good afternoon to those of you in other time zones. Thanks so much for inviting me. I really appreciate the work of the Global Youth Coalition and all of its participants joining together today. And it was a pleasure to say yes to becoming a partner, because obviously we've got to pass the torch to the next generation and get them engaged in solving the problems that our generation and those ahead of us created in the first place. But today you're gathering to tackle a very big subject: protecting our coasts with nature-based solutions. Now, I've lived all over the world, the United States, Australia, Nigeria, Europe, Brazil, and more. And I worked on these topics with California Governor Arnold Schwarzenegger, as you heard, with Leonardo DiCaprio and building his foundation and his philanthropy in these topics. Worked with President Obama when he was running for president and became president. But none of them can do as much to protect and restore our planet as each one of you, because ideas and policies need to be turned into action. And that's where each of us comes in. So first of all, let's ask ourselves, does something as vast as the ocean and its thousands of miles of coastlines need protection. Well, let me share a story that highlights what's actually at stake. It was a chilly January morning in the coastal waters of Los Angeles, California, about 25 years ago. A newborn gray whale was discovered flopping around in the surf looking hopelessly for its mother. Well, for the next 36 hours, many of us worked with boats, a makeshift stretcher, and a rented moving van, helicopters, and 1,000 expressions of awe and wonder to get this massive orphan into a tank at SeaWorld, about 120 miles to the south of Los Angeles, in a very desperate attempt to save her. Now, she was named JJ by SeaWorld veterinarians, and when she got there, she was weak, dehydrated, and very disoriented. After all, it's not every gray whale that begins its life riding down the San Diego freeway at 80 miles an hour with a police escort and news helicopters overhead, even in Hollywood. But celebrity alone could not save JJ given her weakened condition and the threats that she would face if SeaWorld was even able to restore her to health and release her back into the wild. Now, I don't need to tell you that this is an ocean planet, and we are not land creatures, but we're really ocean life forms. Our bodies are mostly saltwater. The first living organisms on Earth to convert sunlight to food are the same blue-green algae that are found in the ocean today, 1.7 billion years old. And just 900 million years ago, the first sex and reproduction took place in the ocean among sponges and jellyfish. So life and the basic way it's created and destroyed hasn't really changed much since the dawn of time, until the dawn of a very different time, industrial humans. Well, how have we changed the ocean in the last 100 years or so? Let's look at an indicator like salmon for the answer. Prior to World War II, salmon was so plentiful in California and in the West, it was called the poor man's steak, employing thousands of people in a billion-dollar industry. Well, today, the salmon catch is less than 5% of that, robbing us of something much more profound than a great meal in our favorite restaurant. And as you know, salmon spawn in freshwater streams that don't have the resources to grow the juveniles to anything approaching their massive adult size. So the young fish swim to the ocean and miraculously transform their body chemistry from freshwater creatures to saltwater. And there, in the ocean wilderness, they can spend years hunting in the endless bounty of the sea. And then as huge adults, they return to the streams that they were born in and repay their own genetic debt. And in the process, they deliver vast quantities of nutrients to the forests. Because after spawning, the salmon die. Their fat and their flesh provide food for mammals, birds, insects, and scavengers that pull tons of their carcasses up into the forest. In fact, as much as 90% of the nitrogen in coastal bears and a third of the nitrogen in coastal forests in California come from the ocean through salmon. It's the most astonishing transfer of wealth on the planet. Nutrients from the sea that allow humble evergreens to grow into giant redwoods, trees that then protect the streams for another generation of salmon to begin that process anew. But in the last few generations, we've interrupted that process with the destruction of that salmon habitat, cutting down the trees, overfishing, pollution, and of course, global warming. Yes, no human-caused threat to our ocean is greater than climate change, because up to half of the excess CO2 pumped into the air by our tailpipes and smokestacks has been absorbed by the ocean, resulting in a 30% increase in its acidity. Yes, we are powerful enough and foolish enough to change the pH, the very chemistry of the ocean, something that covers 70% of the planet. The result is, call it global osteoporosis. Shells can't form in more acidic water. Coral is bleached. Everything dissolves, suffocates, and dies, except the ocean's version of cockroaches and simple algae. We endanger clams and oysters and lobsters and crabs and large sea creatures, which shellfish is their dietary staple, notably seals and otters and walruses. And most worrisome of all, this is killing plankton and the amphipod crustaceans that sustain mighty whales and big and small animals. In fact, JJ, that whale we rescued, I mentioned earlier, should live to 70 or more years of age, but will likely starve to death by the age of 50, just 25 years from now, because of this pollution-based destruction of her food source. Already, gray whales are found washed up on Pacific Coast beaches, emaciated and dead in record numbers, decades ahead of that prediction. Well, these changes are not always easy to see, but like salmon, there are indicator species that give us warnings. Common clams are smaller than ever, quite literally disappearing before our eyes. And we will suffer from that loss, because protein in a common clamshell has been found to cure cancer. Where do we go when these are gone? Now, former US Vice President Dan Quayle said, "It isn't pollution that's harming the environment. It's the impurities in our air and water that's doing it." Yep, he actually said that. But Shakespeare was more poetic. He said, "There is a tide in our affairs which, taken at the flood, leads on to fortune, but omitted, and all of life's voyage is bound in misery and regret." And I pose to you that we are afloat upon such a sea at this moment, and it's our only generation, yours is really the only generation, that can see this tide and shape our future before it shapes us. And despite the dark picture I've just painted, I'm really here today to say that we can solve these problems. I believe we can do better. We are better than this. So how do we harness nature herself to restore our oceans and coast and all that those things do for us? Well, I'll give you 3 examples. First, we can fight for more MPAs, marine protected areas. I met with the fishing community of La Paz, Mexico a few years ago, and they told me that when conservationists proposed an MPA in their fishing grounds, they opposed it. They feared it would prevent them from making a living. But after just 2 years of creating the MPA, the fishing outside of its boundaries was better than ever. The fishing boats and the crews also got more work as guides for tourists and snorkelers during the off-season of fishing. And the hotels, restaurants, and the tourist services have grown exponentially in the tiny town of La Paz. So now fishers and the whole community are the biggest supporters of the marine protected area. Another example is taking place at Alta Sea in the Port of Los Angeles, where, as you've heard, I'm the president and CEO. We have researchers there from leading universities that are showing how to grow kelp and other seaweed and bivalves like mussels, clams, and oysters on ropes floating in the coastal waters. And that can soak up carbon and start to reverse that acidification. Also gives us a lot of food and fuel and pharmaceuticals and other things you can extract from kelp. And that gives the ocean the ability to pull more carbon out of the atmosphere and reduce global warming. One last example of how nature can restore our planet and tackle climate change is from a project that I supported with funding from the Leonardo DiCaprio Foundation. The African nonprofit Adesso replanted several acres of mangroves along a degraded coastline in Somalia. With the help of 200 women farmers, it sequestered over 3,000 tons of CO2 in just the first year of planting. Those mangroves now serve as the nursery for over 100 species of fish and crabs and other ocean animals that have tripled the catch of local fishers. Those mangroves have also protected the villages from the ravages of more intense storms and floods that are the direct result of climate change, so everyone along the coast benefits. So we can make things better by restoring our coasts and oceans. And perhaps the clearest evidence that we can do this comes from that story of JJ, the orphaned whale I told you about. Hundreds of volunteers came together that day to rescue her, people from all walks of life, all ages, all backgrounds. They checked their egos, their politics, their agendas at the beach, and they dove in quite literally to save a creature in dire need. We can do so again for our oceans and for ourselves. By the way, JJ survived a year in captivity, and several months after her release, she was seen swimming northwards in the company of other gray whales. So I wrote this book called Watercolors, as you heard, how JJ the whale saved us, because it's a great example of the fact that she can make it, so can we. Well, just as we've made a conscious decision to save JJ, we're also making an equally profound choice of whether she lives a full, normal life or whether further ocean degradation will starve her prematurely to death, and whether the quality of our life for our children is at least as good as it is today. Well, remember, the planet doesn't care if we're here. 90% of all the plant and animal species ever to exist on Earth appeared and disappeared before the arrival of industrial humans. The planet will do fine without us. We're not trying to save the planet. We're trying to save ourselves. So let's get busy. If we restore our coasts and oceans, we will restore and protect the many lives that depend on it, especially our own. Thank you. Now, I'll be happy to answer some questions if there are any, and I really look forward to continuing to work together with all of you.
Hi, Terry. So we actually do have a lot of questions for you. You've been very popular. People are saying how much that they enjoyed your talk and stuff. So the first question is, what advice do you have for new climate authors who have not published a book yet?
Well, first of all, get started small and then go big. So blogs are a great way to do it. Being on social media, highlighting things that other people might not know about gets you a following. And then that's one of the things publishers want to see. I've published many books, and the first thing they ask you after you sell them on the idea of your book is, how are you going to promote it? Back in the old days, the publisher would promote the book. They would spend a lot of money on ads, or they'd send you around to bookstores to talk about your book. But nowadays, they expect you, the author, to do that. So if you can show you have a following on social media, that you've printed, you've published even op-eds or small blogs or other kinds of short form media, that tells the publisher that, okay, you're someone that they should take a chance on.
It shows them that you're someone that's worth investing in, basically.
Exactly.
Yeah, that's great. Okay, and as for the next question, someone is just leaving you a comment saying, hello, Terry. I just wanted to say that I enjoyed your session so much. I really learned a lot.
Thank you.
Let's go for the next one. Someone else is saying that they need this type of session more. We'll keep that into mind. Someone's asking, it's so inspiring. I'm just curious about if you enjoy working with the GYC. Why did you agree to work with them? That's also something that I'd love to hear.
Sure. Well, first of all, the main reason is in the title, youth. Obviously, as you can see, the comparison of my picture on the screen and my gray hair in real life shows that I'm not youth anymore, and I intend to keep doing this kind of work till the day I die. But someone's going to have to pick up the baton and carry it to the next level. So I really appreciate all that GYC does and how engaging GYC is. It's not just kind of a website that has some banners and goes to some conferences. You really engage with people in so many different ways, not just providing information like we're doing now, but inspiring with song, with writing, with storytelling, in ways that is how people like to absorb information. So I really think that getting young people to understand what's at stake and empowering them, and that's really what GYC does. That's the whole reason to work together.
Thank you so much. We have another question. Do you think fishing and eating fish is sustainable? And wouldn't it be better if humans ate plant-based diets, or both for animal welfare and sustainability? So what do you think about that?
I'm a pescatarian, have been for many years. So I eat fish. I don't eat other meat. And that's in part because I've been a fisher. I can go out in the ocean here and catch a fish in a sustainable way and, clean it and eat it. I think that's reasonable. There is a lot of very sustainable fisheries, but I think that's the challenge, is eating fish from either the various certification programs or catching it yourself in places where it's sustainable. There's more and more farming. In fact, 2012 was the first year that more seafood, more fish of all kinds, fresh and ocean, came from farms than did from just out in the open ocean or lakes and rivers. And so now it's more than 50% is farmed, but not all of that is sustainable. So you have to do your homework. And yes, the plant-based diet is probably the best, but think about how many acres of rainforest have been cleared to grow food, whether that goes to animals or humans, how much pesticide and herbicide is poured on these fields, and that washes into our receiving waters, our lakes and streams and oceans. So not all plant-based food is sustainable either. Unfortunately, there's a lot of misinformation out there, and so the best thing we can do is educate ourselves and then share that information about sustainable sources of food, whether that's even meat for those who eat meat, or for whether it's fish or plants.
I think that's a really unique way to think about it. We
Indeed.
have
No, sorry, Logi, to interrupt, but we are trying to go with the time because we want to respect the other speakers' time. But we can also send you, Terry, the questions if you want to your email, and if you have some time, you can respond. But actually, Terry, with GYC, we are working together with Rivet, and there will be in the next weeks a challenge. So if you are there right now hearing, and you want to decarbonize the shipping that is also involved in protecting the ocean, you should follow our social media, also my Instagram, estoy.agustin, and you will have the chance to get a prize of $2,500 as the first prize if you have an amazing project that push the decarbonization of the shipping process of the company that we are collaborating with. Is a global company that is trying, Terry, to get involved with the youngsters. They have some projects in coral reef. Also, they ban plastic from their ships, but now they want to go to the second stage of their process with the decarbonization of shipping. So thank you so much, Terry. We really appreciate your presence here and all what you have shared with us. Just Terry, be aware that we will reach you next week, because as you see, we are doing super great and we want to go to the next stage of our programs. So expect an email from us.
Well, I look forward to continuing. And let me just leave you with this thought from William Shakespeare, who said, "Nature's bequest gives nothing, but doth lend. And so when nature calls thee to be gone, what acceptable legacy canst thou leave?" Well, the work of GYC and everybody who's tuned in today is a legacy that I think even William Shakespeare would be writing poems and plays about if he were alive today. So keep up the good work.
Thank you.
Thank you, Terry. Definitely. Bye-bye. Okay, so Luigi, who do we have next now? Let us know. I think it's your friend, no?
Yeah, it's a friend of mine. So we actually have someone who's really, really inspiring. His name is Ahmed Yassin. And Ahmed is, just give me 1 minute because, okay. So Ahmed Yassin is the co-founder and chief marketing strategist of Banlastic Egypt, based in Alexandria. And as a social enterprise, it's working on banning single-use plastic in Egypt and the MENA region. He's finished his Bachelor's of Electromechanical Engineering at Alexandria University, and he is now working as a solar ambassador for SolarCity.co and is a part-time solar engineer in Egypt. He established a new platform called Solar Energy to network all factories in Alexandria on a special basis to use clean energy as an alternative to fossil fuels. And Ahmed is working extensively at the development field through various programs that promote development in SDGs. And on a parallel track, he's the Young Mediterranean Voices Ambassador since 2019. Welcome, Ahmed, to our session, to the fourth Reforesting for Peace session.
The world. It begs the question, who exactly has 2 years to save the world? The answer is every person on this planet.
Thank you very much, Luigi. It was really nice to have me today, and I'm really also inspired by GYC, as Terry said. I'm really proud also of lots of your work. Getting us all together. I'm really inspired by Terry's talk. I'm really proud to see things happening also. And maybe it's not just the younger generation, all generations are involved in this. So I'm really happy also to manage to witness this. So thank you very much for having me today, and good morning, good evening, good afternoon to all time zones. And I know it's we're talking globally, so I'm very happy to say so. So I would like to introduce myself. I'm Ahmed Yassine, co-founder of Banastic Egypt, and also working in the European Union Generation Program, which is called EUGIL Connect, to connect the neighbor south, also in climate issues related to the Mediterranean. Also, I've been working in different development programs, but I'm going to be focused on a very, very what we say is a very, very bad and we have to say triggering issue. Is called the single-use plastic problem. And also I'm coming from Alexandria, Egypt, which is one of the most vulnerable cities in Egypt to the single-use plastic problem and climate change issues. And this is why we've established and co-founded with another great two co-founders the Banlastic. And Banlastic is a combination of two words. It's ban and single-use plastic, which is lastic. And we've invented this word just to change the mindset of the people about one of the problematic pollution, which is coming from the single-use plastic. Single-use plastic, and why we've been working on this. Single-use plastic is one of the pressing issues, and plastic lives, we can say, almost forever. You know, one single-use plastic bottle lives for more than 400 years. So we cannot really even live to witness its biodegradation. And at the end of the day, it doesn't biodegrade. It's just break down into small pieces, which is called microplastics, and enter our food chain and really get into our systems and blood systems and affect us in a indirect and direct way to unfortunately to be part of we have to say that the carcinogenic diseases, which is very, very common now because of the rise of the production of the single-use plastic. And this is why we are talking about the single-use plastic, and we always advocating against the single-use plastic. Also, we're not just talking about the health issues, we're talking about the environment. And one of the most also vulnerable, we have to say, is like the seas and our oceans, which is our oxygen generator. And single-use plastic is killing ecosystems that are producing our oxygen. So our oxygen generators are declining because of this enemy. We call it the shiny, monstrous enemy, and it's used to be our friend 20 years ago, but it turns out to be a vicious enemy which will affect us in every sense of the way. So we've established, of course, as I said, in on who we are as a social enterprise. We've started working in 2018 by doing 3 main pillars, and most of our pillars, or most importantly, that we wanted to target the single-use plastic in a different way. We've changed the language a little bit, and because we wanted to be the new climate activists and the new voices that have to be talking to the community in different ways. So we've changed the language a little bit because we wanted the people to be involved in the equation of success and on how to tackle the single-use plastic in different ways. And this was really a great approach when we've started talking to the audience themselves, which are for example, when we started, the first pillar is the raising the awareness in a different language by talking to the beachgoers, talking to the schools, and different, of course, age clusters, talking to the locals, sometimes the fishermen and other kind of people who, when been part of our activities, to work with us, not just watching us doing the activities. And this is one of the most important pillars, to engage the community in our work and to be part of the equation. And this happened by also tackling the problem from different angles, and we call it the 360 degrees concept, plastic free. So we're going to every single type of activities that produce a single-use plastic, and to offer solutions and how to make it more green and make it more eco-friendly. And that started, of course, with the biggest campaigns, and which is called the cleanup campaigns. One of those, the most important, which was Guinness. We've started in 2021 with the biggest one, and 2022 another Guinness, and in 2023 the third Guinness, which is cleaning more than 8 beaches, and the second year were 13 beaches being cleaned by more than 600 volunteers in less than 1 hour to collect more than 2 tons of single-use plastic in 1 hour. And what was really brilliant about this campaign is we got all the Alexandrians on board, and most of the people, they said that we want to be part of the solution. We want to go to this cleanup, and they never ashamed to be, cleaning the beaches from the single-use plastic. And this is one of the greatest campaigns, because I've seen all ages, all people, all backgrounds. It's just not, the youth or not the young people or not the old people. Everyone was involved, even the government, and somehow were really involved to, make it easy for us to go to all of these beaches at the same time. And it was especially in the eastern part of Alexandria when we started. And in the third year, we've cleaned more than different coastal cities, 3 cities. I think, or 3 to 4 cities at the same time, all of them coastal cities on the Mediterranean, and also one coastal city in the Red Sea. So all together, we've done this. And this is what I've said about the awareness, and we are doing the action in front of the people, so people see us what we're doing. Also, we have a very nice statement on the back of our vests, which is saying, "Do you eat plastic?" So most of the people, they are really wondering why that question. And they found out that it's very, very, what we call it we need to know what's going on and why they're doing this. The second pillar, which is very important, is to produce alternative to single-use plastics. So the solution must be there, and not to lecture people about something but what doesn't have, we lack the solution. So we're producing products which is eco-friendly and 85% locally made in Egypt, so we can reduce the carbon footprint. Also, the third pillar, which is very important, is to try to get into the policies and to give recommendations to the government, so we can play an important role about this. Our green projects, we've done cleanups, we've done workshops and trainings with the school, youth capacity building projects, which with everyone involved, with the local communities. We've done the first plastic-free marathon 2 years in a row, and it was a massive success, saved more than 1,200 plastic bottles. Also, we've done sustainable trips to the countryside of Alexandria. We've worked with Arabic documentaries so we can sort of get into more to the international movies, and to be dubbed into Arabic for our community, so they can understand that they have access to more projects. We've done the first plastic museum in Alexandria from the plastic waste collected from our cleanups, and we've done campaigns to the plastic-free districts, Kafr Abdu and Fuad Street in Alexandria. Was really inspiring to other cities to do. We've done also a green mapping to all important counter pillars, and we need them to be on board, and we had started the first green community. This is our outreach map, and where we worked around Egypt and also the Mediterranean. And those are the co-founders, along with me, Manar Ramadan and Abdel Qadir Khaliki. So this is our highlights, and I'm really proud to be giving also any insights or answer any questions related to Banlastic and our activities, also to other projects related to the single-use plastic problem.
Thank you so much, Ahmed, for sharing all your experiences and work to tackle this important issue regarding plastic pollution. Um, it's just inspiring to hear the amazing work that you've been doing. And I'll pass on to Luigi now to see what the GYC community have to say about what you're doing, the questions they want to ask. Yeah.
Okay. So that was amazing, Ahmed. We really enjoyed that. Very, very inspiring. So thank you. The first thing, like the first question from our audience is, what's your favorite thing about your work? And what do you enjoy most about Banlastic?
I'm really proud to be part of the change, you know, even if it's just a small impact. When I see 3 or 4 people even in the room just convinced about my, you know, advocacy. So I really love it because I see that, if I changed 4 people, it might be more and more. And, you know, the ripple effect can take and its course. So I'm really happy about that. So also... Yes,
Yeah.
exactly. And about Banlastic, because we're working with different clusters of community. So I was really proud to have, you know, the younger generation. The school campaigns are one of the best campaigners I've been part of. And I'm really want to create more, you know, powerful campaigns, especially that we've done the first plastic curriculum. And we want to be doing more than that and to be officially you know, taught to our students, our younger generation.
Sounds amazing. So another question is, could you tell us more about the Plastic Museum?
Yes, in a nutshell, Plastic Museum is an idea came up after we want to work with artists to showcase the plastic problem by the waste that we've collected from our cleanups. And one of the best things that we've seen, fantastic creative ideas to showcase such a problem and also to do some structures related to that. And it was an inspiring idea because it was picked up by the news and most of people wanted to do it also in other countries. And we had a really good partnerships about it.
That sounds really, really cool.
Thank you.
Another question is, okay, where I live, the cheaper produce unfortunately comes in plastic packaging. What can we do to change this? I think this is really inspiring. Yeah, it's a good question. No, continue.
Yes.
Go ahead.
Yes. Very important question, of course, because I wanted to say that, you know, eco-friendly packaging, now it's easy than ever because technology is taking place. The point is, it's just we need to support, you know, green businesses to do that green transition. And most of the time that we have always, that's the plastic lobby playing a very important role, is to get that plastic is cheap, plastic is free, plastic is not expensive, but actually plastic is expensive. That's coming really, the prices are going up and up and up. So what we found here is doing, depending on, you know, for example, agriculture waste, other types of waste, even the wise recycling, or what we call it, the good concept about recycling is fixing or doing recycling to the plastic which already exists, but we need to stop the resource. And so that's what we're saying, is we need to support green businesses, and you will find it more and more cheaper to do the eco-friendly packaging. And we've done this. You know, we have the least and the cheapest products in Egypt in Banlastic.
That's great. And the last question for the time, and I'm going to send you the rest of the questions on your email, is what's your advice to someone that's starting out new in climate?
The most important thing is to never give up, because it's a little bit difficult, you know, to start with a new idea related to climate, but you will get the snowball rolling. So just keep being resilient, try to talk to everyone at the same time, try to knock all the doors and never give up. And that's very important in the climate work. And also keep talking about this, the issue, and never get bored.
Thank you so much. It was a pleasure having you, and you've been extremely educative and informative. So thank you for that.
And I'm really proud. Thank you very much. Thank you, Luigi, and thank you to the other brilliant team. I'm really proud of you guys.
Thank you.
Thank you very much, Luigi and Ahmed. Now we move on to the music break, where we just listen to the music and have fun.
A chance to make greenhouse gas emissions tumble. Generation of national climate plans, but we need these stronger.
Hello, this is Selim. Welcome to the music of the plants. I want to thank you for being together and to nurture this awareness of planet, the Mother Earth. Please accept this music as a gift from nature. Just enjoy together. Thank you.
Wow, that was amazing, Salim. It
Oh, thank
really
you.
makes me so happy, and honestly, it inspires me to see someone playing live. It's the first time, honestly, that I see someone playing live with plants. I know that you have been working with music with for a while. You are an instrumentalist, composer, and
Yes.
sound artist. And in the past few years, you decided to jump with plants. How would that
Yeah.
come?
I was just find that so much inspiring. The nature itself is a biggest art, I think, and I want to go deep inside it and find some basic, minimalist, and um, um, good things in it, healing things in nature, and then I decide to translate it into the art form. That was the beginning of the story in pandemic year, you know. Everyone
Yes.
finds something in that time.
It was a transformative time for all of
Yes,
us,
yes,
indeed.
yes, right. Yes,
So
right.
thank you so much, Salim. You are playing
Thank you.
live from Turkey, right?
Yes, right. Istanbul.
Istanbul.
Yes, right.
Excellent. Yeah, I was living
Uh,
there for a while. I connect with
yeah.
Sulenia, who connect me with you. So thank you so much, Salim. If someone wants to follow Salim during the video that we will play at the end, you can find his
Uh,
Instagram. But you can also tell us, Salim, what's your Instagram?
yeah, this Selim Siami Instagram. You can find me
Great.
easily. Thank you.
Thank you so much, and have a nice night.
Thank you. You
So let's keep going with the Reforesting for Peace session. And right now we will be having, and let me introduce you to our next speaker, Laurel Chor, an Emmy-nominated journalist, photographer, filmmaker, and National Geographic explorer from Hong Kong. Her works examines the relationship between people, nature, and society, and how they are affected by transnational issues such as conflict and climate. Chor is currently co-directing a documentary following the lives of 3 people in Donbas, Ukraine, and was an EP for Tigre Gente, a 2021 film that premiered at Tribeca Film Festival, in which she conducts an undercover investigation on the illegal jaguar trade. Oof, that's dangerous. She was honored for the 2020 IWMF Anja Niedringhaus Coverage in Photojournalist Award for her coverage of the 2019-2020 Hong Kong protest, and her work has been recognized by the Overseas Press Club of America, Society of Publishers in Asia, and Times Top 100 Photos of the Year. She has a master in biodiversity conservation from the University of Oxford, our partner, and is an accomplished rugby player, having represented Hong Kong in the 2017 Rugby World Cup. So after this video, Laurel, the floor is all yours. Thank you so much. And I don't know if you know, but I'm currently in Hong Kong. It's a random thing that I want to share with you. So Irene, on the back, let's go with the video. And don't forget you have the Mentimeter code there. And also we will be sharing the code, the code for the session number 4 is Ocean Power 4. El código para la sesión is Ocean Power 4. Let's go.
Is every person on this planet. We still have a chance to make greenhouse gas emissions tumble.
Hi, everyone. Thank you so much for having me. I only have 20 minutes, so this presentation is going to be really quick. And the portion that I would like to talk to you about today, when you're making a documentary film, is, let me see if I can change the slide. There we go. So I'm assuming what we're going to talk about, I'm assuming that you're currently in the phase of pre-production, which means that you are getting ready to shoot. Production is when you're actually shooting, filming the thing, and pre-production is before. So I'm assuming that you know the story that you want to tell. You know that you know the issue that you are talking about. You might have an idea of the different people that you want to showcase, or organizations, or where you want to do an interview. And you're at the phase of really trying to figure out, right, what can I plan for my shoot? What should I be shooting? So first, I'm going to talk a little bit super quickly about my background and my style. And I want to have this part not only just introduce myself, but explain the professional training that I've had and how that lends itself to the way I film documentary films. And I say this also to stress that this is just my style. I come very much from a news documentary background. I'm very much a journalist, and not everyone who makes a documentary film will have that background. And with doc film, there's so many ranges of budgets. Sometimes you might not even necessarily have the resources to have a separate edit. So maybe later when I talk about scripting, maybe it's not so relevant to you. So all that to say, I'm a photographer and filmmaker. I cover a lot of social and political issues around the world. This is from covering the protests in Hong Kong, where Augustin is. I was a producer for Vice News Tonight on HBO, covering, again, social, political, environmental issues all over the world. So my style is very similar to the Vice style of making film, and which is a very in the moment, kind of in the scene kind of filming, where you really feel immersed in what you're showing. And it's very much cinematically filmed. And not all documentary films are this style, right? And that's kind of up to you. I've done stories about the Rohingya refugee crisis. This is from a quake tsunami in Indonesia, where I actually currently am, but this was a few years ago. I also wanted to show a little bit about how I also blend photo and video and do environmental stories, since that's what you guys work on. This is from a story I did a couple of years ago about cobalt mining in the DRC, and this is a photograph I took that ended up being published in Time. Most recently, I did a story about DC mining for Scripps News. That one I hosted. So again, to show like a lot of my work before wasn't hosted. Some of the work I do now is hosted, and that is also a different kind of style that will be up to you guys depending on what is best for you. Tigre Gente is a feature film that I did. So more recently, I have been doing more feature documentary film, which is a bit of a different world as well from news film. It's obviously a lot longer, usually a lot more resources. And most recently, I've also been dabbling in podcasts. So I have experience in different types of storytelling, but the fundamentals of storytelling, especially for this kind of work, are kind of the same. And I'll talk a bit about that as much as I can in 20 minutes. This is a documentary that we filmed in Ukraine. My main project now is in Ukraine. This was a short film that I filmed with my colleagues earlier on in the invasion. And now our main project is a feature documentary with 3 people. And I still also do my photography out there. So the first thing that you need to figure out when you are planning your shoot, you have this story that you want to film, and you're like, okay, you're sitting down at a table, what do I do next? The first thing that you need to figure out are the different elements in your piece, right? Whether it's 5 minutes or 10 minutes or 12 minutes, your documentary isn't just going to be one piece, right? It's not just going to be one interview. It'll probably be an interview with several people, or it'll show different locations to tell different parts of the story, right? What are those different parts? You need to figure that out. As a journalist, I call these elements beats. Beats, just think of them as mini stories. every wider story consists of smaller stories, right? You know, when you do an interview with someone, for example, you're telling a little story about them. And then when you go to maybe a protest scene, you're now telling a story about this protest, right? And together, all these different little stories help to illustrate the wider story. But you got to make sure that there's a purpose to each beat or element, right? You need to really think about, what is this beat saying? What is this adding to my film, or what I'm trying to say? And generally, any story or beat, you know, you'll have a who. Who are you talking to? What are we talking about? When, where are we? Situate us in time. Obviously, it's often usually going to be right now with documentary. And where, you know, where are we? Why are we here? These are all the different elements of any story and documentary that you will have to think about and make sure that you're really communicating that to your audience. Okay, so I told you to figure out your elements, but how do you figure them out? A few tips, you know, think about how important each of these elements are to the story. In any given issue that all of you guys work on, right? Like, let's say climate change or deforestation. Like, how do you tell that story? You're going to have to really narrow down what you're trying to say. And you want to, importantly, maintain the viewer's attention. You have to be respectful of their time. You ask for their attention, right? You have to have a purpose to everything that you're showing them. And sometimes the purpose of an element in a documentary is to have a human element. For example, maybe you have an interview with an expert, or you know, data that you explain, but to illustrate that, you just want to have someone putting a human face on the issue. Having different perspectives is super important, right? Maybe, you know, as advocates, it might not be the case, but as a journalist, if I'm talking, for example, maybe about an environmental dispute, and I talk to communities affected perhaps by, let's say, pollution created by a factory. As a journalist, I need to not only, of course, amplify those voices of the people affected, but I have an obligation to also ask the people who are behind the factory, right, who work at the factory, who own the factory. And so the fact that they're different perspectives, you need kinds of different perspectives often when telling a story, at least journalistically. There's the importance to the story, but there's also just a strong character. We call them characters. You can also call them subjects or just people. We really just mean people, right? You're telling a story has characters. They don't have, you know, when we say character, we don't just mean a fairy tale character. We mean a person, a real person who is, you're telling a story about. In the type of film that I make, it's arguably the most important thing for human beings. We relate to other people, and glasses are fogging up. We relate to other people, and that allows us to empathize with the subject that you're talking about. So you want a strong, compelling character, which means that they have a strong story. And that's often your job of finding who are these people, right? Talk to the people, you know, your community, or you know people who know their communities. Ask them, like, who would be a person who would be a really good character for the story that we're trying to tell. Visuals, very important. You are making a film, right? You need something that is interesting to look at, because why are you using video over another format? Sometimes a lot of stories are not fit for video. It's one of the things that make a lot of environmental stories hard to film, like climate change. You know, the audience, filmmakers gravitated to the scenes of like icebergs falling, right? Because that's the most visual illustration of the story. But then audience grew tired of that, right? So what can you show that's as dramatic that still illustrates a story? It's not always easy to figure out. This is a creative process. So this does require creativity. I can give you tips, but there's no real like formula, but you just have to keep trying at it. So the first example, we don't have a lot of time, but I still thought if I'm gonna talk about video, show you a quick video. So now would be a good time to show, this is a 4.5-minute video that I produced for Vice a while back. It's unhosted, narrated by someone else, but it's about how Hong Kong is running out of space to bury its dead people. So if we could play that video now, and I want you to pay attention to all the different elements. What is the wider story? It's what I just said. And how am I illustrating that story with different elements that have gone into this 4.5-minute piece? All right, you can press play if that works. Oh, I can't hear you.
Sorry. Hi, how are you doing? Amazing session, by the way. We are enjoying it. We are just having some trouble because of, I believe, your connection to play the video. So, you think you can just relate this, like tell us something about it? Sorry for that. We were not expecting this problem with the video. Can you hear me? Okay. So in between, don't forget that you have the Mentimeter. The code for this session number 4 is Ocean Power, and we are hoping that you are enjoying. As you may know, we have speakers all over the planet, and because of that, there are some problems with the connections that we are having. And yeah, Laurel, it's now for now. So I'm not gonna be improvising alone.
Hi, Augustin.
How are you doing, Luigi?
I'm doing great. How are you?
Also great. I believe it has been an amazing session so far. What do you think?
I think so too. I really loved the insights that we got from Terry and from Ahmed, and of course from Laurel.
What about you, Ayo? Laurel is back. Just Ayo, how are you doing?
Bro, I'm so informed. I feel like there's so much going in my head right now, and I'm just like, wow.
Yes, exactly. Yeah. Same exactly. By me. So just so the people know, right now we are connected. Cairo, Nigeria. Where are you right now, Laurel?
I'm in Indonesia.
Indonesia, and I am in Hong Kong. So it's a global call. And please, I was sharing with you, Laurel, that we are having some trouble with your video. So maybe we can continue from there. But please go ahead. The floor is all yours.
Sure.
Thank you
Okay. So much. That's fine. Well, the good thing is you guys can all watch that video later. Let me just scroll down to my slide. And it means I have more time to talk, for good or for bad. Ooh. Okay. So you can actually go and like Google this video on your own. Yes, great. Put the video link is in the chat. But honestly, you don't really need to watch the video. I can just talk through it, and this will sort of maybe illustrate in a way also scripting. How am I going to explain a video without actually showing you the video? So the story, like I said, I'm from Hong Kong. How cool that Augustin is in Hong Kong. Hong Kong, as you probably may know, is very densely populated. There's not a lot of land for people to live. And of course, that's land for everything, including cemeteries and burial places. So, I start off with the introduction, I explain all this, and then we start with visuals that illustrate the point, right? I'm just introducing the issue. And then we go to this scene where we're with this woman, and you're kind of following her as she's looking for a specific cubby that's on the wall. And her purpose in this story is to show what a real life person who uses, what are these things that are called columbariums. They're places where people put the urns of people who have been, with the ashes of people who have been cremated. And even those spaces are very limited and super expensive, and we're running out of space even for that. So that's the purpose of this scene, right? Not only giving that point, but we give that point. So what's happening in this scene is this woman is looking for the niche, for the spot that her parents had reserved, and her mom was ill, and they needed to figure out where it was they're preparing. In the end, she was actually fine. But this is, we could have just said this on screen. We could have had an expert say this, right? But we went through the effort of finding someone who would really have a real story that we can empathize and be in action with to illustrate this point that one of the solutions is these columbariums for ash urns, but even those are running out of space. So the next person we go to right now, we're in a different location, we're with a different person. She has a different story. And her story is that because she hasn't been able to find a spot to put the urn of her relative who had passed away, she had no choice but to keep the urn in her house. And this illustrates how the problem is actually affecting people, right? How does this problem illustrate in a real person's life? And we can see we're actually in her home. We see the urn, and this is a much more immersive way of explaining this point rather than maybe having, again, an expert show this or just say this on camera. Next, we show people actually scattering ashes at a cemetery. So one of the solutions that the Hong Kong government came up with is for people to scatter the ashes. And Hong Kong being very regulated, they have these plots, these tiny plots in cemeteries, and maybe it's changed since then, it's been a few years, designated places where they spread ashes because you're not allowed to spread them anywhere. So it's like this little small park where everyone's dumping ashes. But that is one solution they had to this problem of not having space to bury coffins or even to put urns. Next, we go to this guy, and he has come up with a solution. It's an app. It's a virtual reality app that projects using your phone screen the tombstone of your design in the location that you want as an alternative to having a physical place where you can go and pay your respects to your deceased loved ones, because that's really important in Chinese culture. And this guy basically came up with a technological solution. So we have this guy to illustrate that, right? And what he's doing is he's actually using the app in a park. So I don't think I have that much time left, so maybe I'll skip example 2. But so example 2 was just me going through another video, the one about cobalt mining, and showing you again all the different people and places and stories that we featured in order to tell different elements of the story. And some of those elements don't necessarily have to be like things that you film, right? It could be things using footage from YouTube. Make sure you check copyright and all that. It could, this screenshot that I'm showing now, that is archival. We didn't go and film a Tesla show. That is just something we pulled to illustrate how cobalt's being used in electric car vehicle batteries. We have this interview with a person who is the president of a mining co-op. I speak to a mining contractor from China to illustrate how a lot of these mines are Chinese owned. And this is a person who was willing to talk about the corruption involved as a person who is actually a miner himself. So I could keep going. So you can see all these different stories. This piece is longer. This is in 17 minutes. So there's a lot more space for more elements, right? Or beats. And if you're doing like a 3-minute video, which is probably if you're doing it for social media, you wouldn't want it really much longer than that, right? You might only have time for 1 or 2 beats.
Hi, Laurel.
Oh, yes. Well, you know what? That was a good place to end, if that's where we have to end.
I'm good that I chose the right time. So I'm just gonna say, for me, like, that was amazing. I enjoyed everything that you said. We sent everyone the videos on the YouTube chat that's being live streamed, so they have the videos. And now we're just gonna go with the questions, if that's cool with you. Okay,
Yeah.
so the first question we have is, how did you manage to deal with the pressure as working undercover, and how can we as youth do something with such an impact?
Yeah, good question. Yeah, going undercover can be stressful. I think this sort of answers your second question too, but sort of with time and experience, I realized that one of my strengths is handling stress and fear well. And that is, when I did a lot of those undercover projects, I was really young and had no experience. But one thing I knew I could do was pretend to be a young Chinese girl shopping for wildlife products. I knew I could do that, right? And I knew that I could handle that situation and that I had some of the language skills as well. So firstly, I think managing the pressure, I just happen to be good at it. I know that's not a very helpful question, but it's also practice and experience, right? And at the end of the day, you're just interacting with people.
Would you
And
say
yeah,
that you can fake it until you make it, basically, when it comes to handling stress?
yeah, of course, of course. I mean, handling stress really is just looking not stressed, right? You have to be stressed. Of course, you're stressed. But and the
Yeah.
second question, how can you? I was young. I was super young when I first started doing my first undercover project. I think I was 23. So just figure out what your strengths are, and a lot of the time, your value added, even if you don't have the skills or the experience, is bravery, right? You have that. You have bravery, and you have willpower. You can do a lot of things with that.
I love that. So another question is, when and how did you decide that climate conflicts are going to be your scope, the thing that you want to do?
Yeah. So climate and conflicts, I honestly only recently was finally able to express these things, so succinctly, climate and conflict, because the range of stories I've done and still do is super wide. But I think for me, I feel very lucky that I have the opportunity and the privilege to be able to cover what I think are two of the biggest issues facing humanity right now. I think obviously it's climate change, and on the other hand, it's not just conflict, but all the ways in which people on this planet are being oppressed. And I think certainly we can't solve climate without solving the other, and making sure we're all liberated, right? But on the other, and they affect each other. So
Yeah.
that is sort of the focus that I would like to focus on. They're just the two things I think that are most important in the world right now.
We have one question from us as the GYC. So our question to you is, how are you finding this program? And how do you see the GYC? What do you like about us? And if there are any...
Yeah, I think it's so cool that it's so international. It's super rare for me to see solidarity and cooperation across continents, and the fact that you're doing that and making it accessible is super cool and important and needed. I think that's my favorite part, how it's really forging bridges across young people who might not otherwise interact, but we're all fighting for the same thing.
Thank you so much, Laurel. I actually have more questions for you on the Menti, but I'll send them to you on your email if you're cool with that. And
Yeah,
we can
of course.
Can I just ask something? Because I would really like to hear from you, Laurel, since you are working in conflicts, and especially in what's going on in Ukraine and Russia. And you just mentioned how important is that we thrive together without mattering where are we from. So from your experience, what can you share to the youngsters that are hearing now? Because there's a lot of anger from different people, even in GYC, that they are from, people from Ukraine, from Russia, from Palestine, Israel. And what can you share with them to deal with this anger and to advocate for peace, climate and peace?
Yeah, it's a hard one, right? I think firstly we do have to acknowledge that it is hard, and stuff is scary and anxious inducing, and that's okay, and it's normal to feel that way. But on the other hand, I think anger means that you care, and anger is energy, and anger is passion, and you can funnel that anger or anxiety, right? Those feelings that you have, even if they're difficult, be grateful that you can feel and use that feeling, and try to imagine if the whole world felt the way that you did, right? For me, that's my goal as a storyteller, as a journalist. I just want to use the mediums that I do, whether it's film or video, a film or a photo or a podcast or whatever. If I sincerely believe that if we can all just be a little bit better at feeling the way that other people feel, and if people are really passionate about important causes, we're also able to transmit that passion to other people, then we would make a lot of progress.
Thank you for sharing that. So thank you, Laurel, for your time. Now we have to keep going. We have a second amazing filmmaker, content creator, and it was amazing to have you here. Again, I want to share, like, it was really a surprise for me to find out that you're from Hong Kong, because I just landed here last 7 days ago. I'm trying to understand Asian culture in general, because I believe that everyone must connect, and we have to break all these concepts. And right now, even like, because there's all these conflicts, it's even more important, at least for me, to thrive and to try to push this forward. And yeah, in general. So thank you so much, Laurel, for the job that you are doing, and it was an impressive session.
Yeah,
So,
thank you for having me, and thank you for doing all of this.
Yeah, no, thank you. So, hey, Joe, please let us know who is coming next.
Thank you so much, everyone. Our next speaker is Alessandra Yupanqui, who is a content creator, an Andean activist, a TEDx speaker, a storyteller, and the co-founder of Sapiens. She is the first digital sustainability media from Peru for LATAM, and it's an amazing opportunity for me to introduce you guys to her. Welcome to the session, Alessandra Yupanqui.
So when I say we have 2 years to save the world, it begs the question.
3, 2, 1, vamos. Hola, hola, ¿qué tal? Qué gusto estar acá con ustedes para presentarles esta mini clase de creatividad y storytelling. Mi nombre es Alessandra Yupanqui y les voy a contar un poquito de mí para empezar. Resulta que mi verdadero apellido en el documento de identidad oficial no es Yupanqui, sino Guzmán. Y esa historia no la hubiera sabido de no ser por mi curiosidad. De hecho, me enteré de eso preguntando a un tío en un almuerzo familiar. Yo nací en el 97, tengo 26 años, en Lima, Perú, una ciudad migrante. Y hoy, con 26 años, he cumplido uno de mis más grandes sueños. He regresado a la montaña, vivo en una casita a 3.600 metros sobre el nivel del mar, en Cusco, y tengo 6 hijos muy peludos, ya no 5. Y bueno, soy storyteller, activista andina y viajera sostenible. Y bueno, para mostrarle a mis criaturas...
¡Ay, qué pasó!
Ellas son Chasca, Nina, Tupi, Chichi.
¡Ay, sí, señorita!
Y Para. Son las 6 criaturas con las que vivo aquí en casa. Quería presentárselas. Y bueno, a ver. Esta historia de las que le hablé hace un ratito fue parte de mi charla TED. Di una charla TED hace ya 1 año y medio, que de hecho me sacó muchas lágrimas en vivo. Hablar de mi abuela es algo que me conmueve muchísimo. Es una historia que me remueve las entrañas y con eso quiero empezar. De hecho, si la historia que quieres contar no te mueve un pelo, mejor no la cuentes. Y en este momento los invito a pensar en alguna historia que los mueva tanto, que los deje con las ganas de aprender de esta mini clase herramientas para poder contarla de la mejor forma. Y bueno, voy a empezar con la historia de mi abuela. Ella es Rufina. Ella nació en un pueblo que se llama Jatapalpapalpa, en una comunidad en Chumbivilcas, de hecho a 10 horas del aeropuerto de Cusco. Pertenece al departamento de Cusco, pero no está en la ciudad de Cusco. La historia de ella está muy marcada por el racismo, la discriminación, las brechas de acceso a educación y la violencia familiar. Y bueno, creo que es obvio que todos estos puntos me llenaron de enojo, ¿no? Y con esto quiero comentar que todos tenemos algo que nos duele, que nos enoja, que quisiéramos que todos sepan o que cambie. Y ese es el motor o el ingrediente principal para contar una buena historia. Pero no el momento. Pienso que de haber contado la historia de mi abuela cuando estaba yo llena de rabia y queriendo buscar a los culpables, tal vez no hubiera generado empatía en la audiencia, sino más bien una suerte de rechazo. Y con esto los invito a preguntarse desde dónde estamos contando las historias que nos mueven. Porque contar algo enojados, lamentablemente, puede hacernos caer en posturas polarizantes y dogmáticas. Y por lo general no es lo que queremos con la audiencia. Nosotros queremos que nuestra audiencia empatice con nuestras historias, no que se llene de rabia. Entonces, con esto les quiero hablar un poco de las etapas de emoción que yo he encontrado en una historia que me mueve, ¿no? La primera etapa, por lo general, es de enojo, ¿no? Yo pensaba, por ejemplo, con la historia de mi abuela, que habían víctimas y victimarios, que mi abuela era la víctima y el resto del mundo eran victimarios. Entonces, la primera etapa de emoción fue una postura dicotómica. La segunda etapa, en cambio, fue una postura de asombro. Al indagar mucho más en esa historia, me di cuenta que en el mundo no existen víctimas y victimarios como tal, no todo es tan blanco y negro. Muchas veces somos las dos cosas al mismo tiempo. Entonces me empecé a preguntar, ¿yo también habré sido víctima y victimario, por ejemplo, cuando sentí vergüenza de ella? Y en la tercera etapa, con un entendimiento mucho más amplio de la problemática, me di cuenta, pues, que toda historia tiene personajes con aparentes contradicciones yuxtapuestas. Y solo así llegué a la cuarta etapa, que fue el momento en el que yo sentí que estaba lista emocionalmente y con un panorama de información más amplio como para poder comunicar esa historia a una audiencia más amplia. Y bueno, este mix entre la pasión que te brinda ese primer impulso, que puede ser dolor o enojo, con una postura crítica de conocer ya el panorama entero, más ecuánime, son el mix perfecto para tener una gran historia, para empezar a escribirla. Pero bueno, esto con respecto a lo que yo he venido comunicando desde mi cuenta como Alessandra Yupanqui, pero en este punto de mi vida me di cuenta que no existen identidades ni relaciones humanas posibles sin un planeta sano. Entonces fue así que junto a mi socio Jorge generamos este medio de comunicación que llamamos Sapiens, un medio que está enfocado
So when I say we have 2 years to save the world, it begs the question, who exactly has 2 years to save the world? The answer is every person on this planet. We still have a chance to make greenhouse gas emissions tumble. Generation of national climate plans, but we need these stronger plans now. So when I say we have 2 years to save the world, it begs the question, who exactly has 2 years to save the world? The answer is every person on this planet. We still have a chance to make greenhouse gas emissions tumble. Declaration of national climate plans, but we need these stronger plans now. So when I say we have 2 years to save the world, it begs the question, who exactly has 2 years to save the world? The answer is every person on this planet. We still have a chance to make greenhouse gas emissions tumble. Declaration of national climate plans, but we need these stronger plans now. So when I say we have 2 years to save the world, it begs the question, who exactly has 2 years to save the world? The answer is every person on this planet. We still have a chance to make greenhouse gas emissions tumble. Declaration of national climate plans, but we need these stronger plans now. So when I say we have 2 years to save the world, it begs the question, who exactly has 2 years to save the world? The answer is every person on this planet. We still have a chance to make greenhouse gas emissions tumble. Declaration of national climate plans, but we need these stronger plans now.
Hello, and welcome back to Reforesting for Peace, where we ignite the change through the power of storytelling and the magic of filmmaking. As you know, today we embark on this new adventure where we're going to be delving into the intricacies of the session composition, the scene building, and nature-based solutions for water conservation. The script writing and composition are the backbones of any film, of course, but shaping the narrative and giving life to our ideas, it's where imagination meets the structure and creativity meets the purpose. As we delve into these essentials, we will uncover the secrets behind crafting compelling narratives that amplify the message of nature based solutions. Welcome, everyone, to our fifth Reforesting for Peace session. We are really excited to learn today from you, get to know where we are using the Mentimeter once more. You will see the Mentimeter code here in our slides. So get to know our Mentimeter code 55213644 and go there, because please let me introduce you to Myrna, one of our GYC champs who are currently studying in Europe, and she will be the Mentimeter guru of this session. Hi, Myrna, how are you doing?
Hi, Augustine. I'm great. How are you doing?
I'm doing super good. Happy that we have this session. I'm excited to have you here today.
Yes, I'm so excited. You guys have been working on Reforesting for Peace for so long. It's so cool to be in the fifth session, moderating the Menti.
Nice, yes. And don't forget our partners, Mafilm, CBA, Eco Interpreters, who are helping us in the interpretation in 4 languages. If you are not hearing your right language, change the ones that we send you through emails. Trescon, Sankari Studios, Youth Climate Report, and Alta C, of course, Youth in Green, who is our fiscal sponsor. So today, let's introduce the hosts. I am Agustin Ocaña, the chairperson and co-founder of GYC, and today we have, I want to let everyone knows out, congratulations, Hannah, because she finished the university and now is a professional.
Thank you, Agustin. So good to see you, and I'm super excited to be here. Thank you for the introduction. I'm so happy to be a volunteer as well here in Global Youth Coalition and supporting this Reforesting for Peace initiative. So let's see what we have to learn today. First of all, I wanted to remind you all about the languages. If you have requested language interpretation, be sure you are watching us from the right YouTube channel link. You can find them in your email. We will drop the links in the main chat in case you want to change to your mother tongue or preferred language. And don't forget to subscribe. Use your phone, because one thing we really want to work on is the engagement. So make a story, use your phone, and don't forget to subscribe. As well, I wanted to remind you all the rules of engagement. Don't forget that we want to make this place a respectful environment for all of us, filled with dignity, and pay so much attention to our speakers that are putting so much of their energy and time to provide these valuable sessions. Now, here is the social media. Use your phones, take a picture, and we would like to encourage this positive influence in social media so we can learn from one another, and we would love to see your stories and be forwarding them in online.
Let me introduce the team. Of course, Hannah, one of our volunteers from Mexico. We have Bianca Manfred from Bolivia, who is helping us tirelessly into the social media, who is producing this session. Irene Delfanti, together with Creative Broadcast Agency with Christian McConnell, and of course, Lujane Ramosi, who is right now attending a very important meeting as a youth negotiators of her country, Egypt. Let's keep it going, and don't forget to, what is this? This is the attendance form.
Yeah, this is like a great way for all of us to make sure that we're here. So use your phones. You can scan that QR code and fill it out. And today we are super excited to have our first speaker. It's my pleasure to introduce him. So today we're going to learn from Turjoy Chowdhury. He is a Bangladesh visual storyteller and a researcher who has worked extensively in the Indian subcontinent, across Asia, and in the United States. Although he studied architecture instead of attending a photography institution, he has become a National Geographic photographer and explorer. Chowdhury focuses on long-term projects related to war history, conflicts, geopoliticals, human rights, and social environmental issues. His work includes projects on the aftermath of the Syrian civil war, the atomic bomb explosion history in Japan, immigrant stories in the United States, and the Rohingya refugees crisis in Bangladesh. He has also covered the impact of climate change for nearly a decade. His work has been exhibited globally and featured in a prominent publication such as National Geographic magazine, The New York Times, and The Guardian. Chowdhury has received numerous awards and nominations for his projects, including Tim Hethengrove Trust Visionary Awards and the National Geographic Society Storytelling Grant. That is amazing. I'm so excited. Hi, it's so good to have you here.
Hey, Turjoy, it's going to be a pleasure to have you here. Let's go with one short video that we have as an introduction, and then the floor is all yours. Thank you, Turjoy, for having this time for us today.
So when I say we have 2 years to save the world, it begs the question, who exactly?
Hey. So, Turjoy, can you please support us with your screen?
Yes. So can you hear me?
We can hear you clearly, brother.
Perfect. It's great to be here. Such an amazing arrangement. I'm super excited to share my work and experiences. I'm just sharing my screen here. Just let me know if everything's fine.
Okay.
Just a moment. Yes.
Now, there you go. Turjoy, thank you. And yeah, the floor is welcome.
Yeah. So yeah, I come from Bangladesh, the country one of the most vulnerable to the impact of climate change, and for nearly a decade, I have been covering the impact of climate change in this region on the front line. So I have covered floods in different times, and Bangladesh is a riverine country, so we get to see river erosion on a very regular basis. And I have been following the courses of rivers all around the country and the Indian region. And of course, I have been focusing on the stories of climate refugees, because there are like millions of people every year. They lose their lands and they move from one place to another, living in the temporary shelter. So back in 2015, I found a community of climate migrants in India. I started working with this community, and I worked nearly for 2 years. And after losing everything, they migrated to West Bengal, the city named Kolkata. And unfortunately, they ended up being a community of scavengers. Now, when this kind of stories I'm working on, one thing is extremely important: to build a relationship to these people. Spending lots of times are important to understand their lifestyle, understand their struggle, understand what are the things that needed to be done. And as you can see that the environment here is horrible, but kids, they're always kids, right? So they find happiness in no matter what the situation is. So another very interesting thing I observed there, that as you can see, there's some still life photographs. Now, when the kids go to the dumping ground, waste dumping ground, they find certain objects that those are, some people have thrown those away as trash, but for these kids, these are precious. So they collect all these objects and bring to their friends. And I found that extremely fascinating. Now, from the moment of being a climate, losing house and everything, land, being climate migrants, and how their life change through different stages, and the way they sort of rebuild their life in a very unexpected way. One day, what happened when I was taking photographs, I observed that one kid found a photo album. Now, they were super excited. He was sharing this photo album with his friends, and I observed that they were so curious about these photos, these photographs. And of course, I was working there as a photographer. This was a pivotal moment for me. I decided that the photographs I was taking, I will print those out and I will gift those photographs to them. I started doing that. Of course, that helped me to build a very stronger connection to these people. But at the same time, another thing started happening that was extraordinary, that when every single time when I was gifting my photographs to them, lots of stories started to reveal that I was not able to capture in photograph. I decided to make films. I decided to, I need to document those stories behind my camera. Now, the problem I had no budget for filmmaking. I had no logistics, neither I had any crew. I only had an iPhone. To be more specific, the model number was probably iPhone 6 in my pocket. So what I did, I just decided that I'm gonna be documenting everything behind the camera with my iPhone. So now I'm gonna share one of the clip, and this will be even more clear what I'm talking about, why this is so fascinating. So this is the photograph, one of the photographs that I took there, and I went back to them. I gifted this photograph to them.
এই খাটা ছিলিস এই থাকতে দেখ এ কি করছিল মানে এই আটার বয়ম ছিল খুলতে পারিনি দেখে ছুটে দেই কোথায় মাঠে এগুলো গাড়িতে আসে পেয়ে যাই, আমরা নিয়ে আসি বাচ্চা কাচ্চাদের খেলা করার জন্য। এই আর কি, যেটা ভালো মন্দ পাই সেটাই নিয়ে আসি, নিয়ে এসে বাচ্চাদের জন্য দিই, ওরা একটু আনন্দ হয়। এই আরেকজন কলা খায় বলে আনন্দ করছে। 50 টাকায় দেবে, কলা দেবে, যা 50 টাকাতেই দেবে, তুই যা না দেবে বলছি দেবে দেবে দে তুই আগলা চিন্তা করে দেখি একটা কলা দিবিনি খাবার
So there are plenty of other video clips like this in the story, but the point I want to make is that what I learned, as you can see, that from the moment of giving that photograph to the kid, that was about one story, and how the story spontaneously started flowing from one point to another. And my process was following the intuition. It was not scripted, it was not well planned, but the process was trying to understand the flow of life of these people, and I just followed that. Now, the project is called Life in Waste, and in Instagram, you can find a dedicated page of this project. If you're interested, you can scan the QR code, and there are plenty of other still photographs, plenty of stories, and other video clips like this. And all together, you'd be able to see the bigger picture of the community. Now, going back to recently, this picture I took recently back in 2022. In this region of India and Bangladesh, we had the most awful flood in last 100 years. And of course, I wanted to cover, but this time something different happened. I was constantly asking myself that how I can tell these stories from a different perspective, because in what happens is that in visual storytelling, when we keep telling the stories in the same way over and over again, at a point it loses the impact factor. And in visual storytelling, whether that's still photograph or filmmaking, spatially in the realm of this sensitive realm of climate change or this kind of topics, it's extremely important to have an impact through the work. Otherwise, we cannot expect any change, right? So what I did something completely crazy. First thing I did, I decided that I will go to these places when rest of the world, the medias and the newspaper, they start leaving the place. They are done with their job. So basically what I mean is that mostly what happens is that people chase the spot news. But my point was, when the moment of the spot news is over, when the flood water starts decreasing, I will go at that time. There's a reason behind it, because you get to know and see the stories of the survivors from a very different perspective when the water level starts decreasing, because that's the moment when they start, or they have to start, rebuilding their lives. And to be honest, like for me, this was an eye-opening experience. I focused on one particular community in Bangladesh. It's a fishermen and farmers community. And I started focusing on particular characters. And I started focusing on their personal stories. And all these are survivors of the worst flood. So as an example, here you can see, so this is another approach I started exploring. That is, we call it diptychs, when you put two photographs together and tell one story. So it worked perfectly for this kind of personal stories. And these are the stories of survival. So here in this picture, you can see Shornobala. She's of course, she was one of the survivor of the flood. In the rural areas, what happens, the livestock, she had 3 sheep. For these people, these are not livestock. They are just like their family members. For her, these 3 sheep were just like her children. So when there was flood, she took shelter on a boat, but at the same time, she made sure that all of her ships are safe. So she took these ships with her, and when she came back to the village, she brought these ships back as well. There was another very, as a photographer, I would say, like, I was super lucky to be there at this very moment. She's Taslima. Long story short, during the flood, she took shelter in the rooftop with her children, survived there. But when the flood water started decreasing, she got back, and immediately what she did, they were running out of food. I mean, they couldn't cook or anything in the flood situation. So what she did, she immediately made a mud stove, but it was extremely difficult to set fire because everything was wet. Now, when I went there, on the right side, you can see that was the very moment when she was cooking rice for the first time after the flood. And in her portrait, you can see there is a subtle spark in her eyes, and there is a subtle smile. And we had a long conversation. She told me that it was extremely challenging, but when the very moment she was able to set fire, that was the moment when she found hope. For storytelling, any form of storytelling, whether that's video or still photograph, it's extremely important to understand the moments. So I would say that the story became extremely significant because of that subtle smile, because of that very moment of hope that she found in spite of all these horrible ups and downs in life. So this is also necessary to find hope in the stories, especially when we're working on climate change, because we all know that generally it's a very awful kind of situation. But these people teach me courage. And being very honest, if I live in a city, in an apartment, if my apartment gets flooded, I'm dead, literally. I don't know how to deal with this. Generally in the city areas, we don't know how to deal with these kind of situations. But people on the front line, they are the faces of resilience. So that became the very perspective for this storytelling, that I'll be focusing on stories of the resilience. There are plenty of other stories like this, and amazing people, amazing personalities, and they're extraordinary stories of survival. Scan the QR code, it will take you to the page of the story. If you're interested, you can delve more into the stories of these amazing people. Now, next one is basically very recently I produced a video for COP28. For a while I was working on a group of I'll call them environmental activists, though they don't claim to be environmental activists, but in a way they're contributing to the environment. A local organization named Nirapod Bangladesh Sangstha, in English that's Safe Bangladesh, and collaborating with a UK-based architecture charity. What they were doing is that they were training the village women, and they were teaching them how to rebuild their rural houses in a more stronger way, so that they can survive during this kind of natural calamities. Now, there's a short video.
জলবায়ু পরিবর্তনে উষ্ণতা বৃদ্ধির কারণে খরা বন্যা নদী ভাঙন বেঁচে থাকার জন্য সবাই হরে
সচেতন
কিভাবে পরিবার বান্ধব ঘর তৈরি করতে হয় প্রশিক্ষণ নেওয়ার জন্য আসছি। এখানে এসে আমি শিখলাম কিভাবে বাঁশ ট্রিটমেন্ট করতে হয়, কিভাবে কাতলা তৈরি করতে হয়, কিভাবে মাটির ব্লক তৈরি করতে হয়, কিভাবে ঘরে ক্রোচিং তৈরি করতে হয় এবং ক্রোচিং দিলে ঘর কিভাবে মজবুত হয় সেটা জানলাম। এই মজবুত বাঁশের ঘরটা যে তৈরি করব এর খরচটা কি পরিমাণ সেটা জানলাম এবং বের করতে পারলাম। তারপর বিনোদনমূলক যেমন গানের মাধ্যমে শিখলাম, গল্পের মাধ্যমে শিখলাম, অনেক মজা করে শিখলাম, অনেক
নিজের
আনন্দ করে
বাড়ি
শিখলাম।
করি তৈয়ারি যার যা প্রয়োজন বাস্তবে শিখিয়া সবাই বুঝিলাম এখন নিজের বাড়ি করি তৈয়ারি যার যা প্রয়োজন বেড়া খুঁটি চাটি মাটি কাতলা পুচিং দিয়া নিজের ঘর বানাবো নিজে সুন্দর করিয়া বাস্তবে শিখিয়া সবাই যার যা প্রয়োজন নিজের বাড়ি করি তৈয়ারি যার যা প্রয়োজন মনের মতো ঘর বানাইয়া থাকবো জীবন ভর আসুক যত বন্যা বাদল কাল বৈশাখী ঝড় বাস্তবে শিখিয়া সবাই বুঝিলাম এখন নিজের বাড়ি করি তৈয়ারি যার যা প্রয়োজন বাস্তবে শিখিয়া সবাই বুঝিলাম এখন নিজের বাড়ি করি তৈয়ারি যার যা প্রয়োজন
Right. So for this particular video, the process was basically understanding their process of work and understanding how they resonate. And when, as a filmmaker, when I was working there, something very interesting, a very interesting thing happened that I started working on the script while working on the field with these people. What I mean is that as a storyteller, this is extremely important to understand the community and the people that we're working with. Because at the end of the day, what I believe that these people, they are gonna lead you to figure out what their story should be. I don't think as storytellers, we should impose any preconceived idea that, okay, the story should be like this or that. Of course, we have to build a narrative, but the narrative should come from the people that we are working with. So that was my last video clip. And of course, you can find me on Instagram. There is my website. And if you want to get in touch with me, the best way would be shooting me an email. So that's all.
Amazing tour, Joy. Really happy to have you today. I'm really touched what you mentioned, and for sure there are so many questions because I would like to make you questions, but then I remember like there's people out there also wondering what's going on. So please let's welcome Merna Ahmed. She is the one behind the Mentimeter. And Merna.
Hello again. Let me share my screen and show you guys the questions we have so far. So the first one is easy. How did you get into working with National Geographic?
Wow. Okay. So yeah, I get that question a lot. If I want to answer this question, I'll have to tell the stories of my last decade-long journey. So it took me 2 years to be there. But long story short, I kept working on the stories that I really like to work on and I really care about. And at a point, one of the editor from National Geographic, she found my work, and then they offered me to join the magazine. So basically, keep working on yourselves, no matter
Keep
what.
working hard.
Keep working hard. Follow your intuition. Keep working hard. Let the universe take the lead.
Amazing. And the second question is, well, related. How to get noticed by the media as a young photographer without any professional experience?
Well, so again, this answer is going to be extremely long, but long story short, I would say that so I started doing photography when I was a student. I was studying architecture, so technically I'm an architect. But that time I had a camera, and I was very much fascinated by the art of documentary photography and visual storytelling. So when I was done with my education, by that time I already had my portfolio. So one suggestion would be, no matter at what stage you are in right now, keep working on your portfolio if you really want to get noticed by any kind of media platform or anything, because at the end of the day, your work is going to take you there.
Amazing. Another question we have is, do you ever struggle with taking pictures of people suffering, like the ethical side to photography and storytelling?
Such an important question. Of course, yeah, there are plenty of moments, because, and we will have to face this kind of situation, especially if we decide to work in the sensitive topics like war and conflicts, or this kind of environmental calamities. Of course, I mean, there were moments when I struggled. So there is an easy answer of this question, but I'll put it in this way, that of course it's necessary to follow the intuition, and also we have to keep this in mind, that what is the purpose of our work? If we really think that the work we're producing, that can eventually empower people, inform people, educate people, oftentimes we have to make photographs in distressing situations. Those are not, I mean, of course, those are not very sweet, but there is always a bigger perspective of that. Maybe that that one photograph can help other millions of people by building the awareness. So it's a little tricky, a little difficult, but yeah, that's how it is.
Such an insightful answer. Like, it must be super difficult to navigate. I wouldn't know how to do it, honestly. And then the last question we have is, if we want to do something about wars, for instance, what's happening in Palestine, but we don't live there, what can we do? Sharing stories through social media, does it actually help?
Wow. So such an amazing question. So when it comes to social media, of course, sharing stories on social media definitely helps, but there is a but. That is, we also have to be very mindful about the contents, what we are sharing, because not necessarily all the contents that we get to see on social media are being presented or shared in a right way. There might be controversies. So when it comes to social media or spreading anything on a very large scale, we always should cross-check. It's a tough process. We always should ask ourselves twice that what would be the positive impacts or negative impacts, whether this content is, as we know, like there are lots of like fake news stuffs, there are lots of propaganda stuffs. It's complex. So before sharing anything on social media, it's necessary to rethink, and especially when the contents are extremely sensitive like this.
Yeah.
Of course, check your sources always. That's it for me, and thank you so much for answering our questions.
Yeah. Thank you so much, Merman. Thank you so much, Turju, for all of the presentation and information. I'm sure we all learned so much, and now we know how to tell stories effectively. So thank you so much for today, and hope you have a good day. Now to continue, thank you. To continue with the session, it's my pleasure to introduce to the next speaker. So today we're gonna meet Alana Vejakot. Alana Vejakot is a marine ecologist, science communicator, and an ocean advocate with 16 years experience working in marine research, conservation, and education in the Bahamas and in the Caribbean. Alana's passion for the ocean began as a child during her daily play in an expansive mangrove ecosystem that bordered her childhood community in the Bahamas. This play bloomed into a career in marine science, dappled with experience in shark research, reef health, and coral restoration techniques. Alana is currently the coral restoration specialist at Coral Vita, where her daily work helps to restore the world's dying coral reefs. In her spare time, Alana uses her skills as a free diver to create underwater imagery that raises awareness of the plight of our oceans. It's a pleasure to have you here, Alana. Thank you for joining us.
So when I say we have 2 years to save the world, it begs the question, who exactly has 2 years to save the world?
Hi, thank you so much for having me. Again, my name is Alana Valakot, and I'm currently located in the Bahamas at Coral Vita. We are the world's first land-based commercial coral farm for reef restoration. And I have a quick presentation to show you just to bring you up to speed on what corals are, what we're up to at Coral Vita. And then I'm actually going to take you over to the tanks where you get to see this process in real time. So let me pull up my slide. 1 second. Okay, so again, I'll be presenting on Coral Vita. But first, a little bit about myself. I'm the coral restoration specialist at Coral Vita. We've been around for about 5 years, and I've been with the company just about since the very beginning. My job description has kind of morphed over the years as we are still a very small company. However, at the moment, to keep myself sane, I kind of divide my job into 2 halves. First would be our ocean operations, our field operations. I'm a scuba diver, and I've been scuba diving for over 17 years. And so I'm pretty good at it. Anything to do with in-water operations, whether that's coral surveys, looking for healthy wild corals to bring back to our farm for our process, looking for new sites to restore, taking care of our in-ocean nurseries, I have a part in. And then the other part is that I always kind of got the too talkative check mark in my report card in primary school and in high school. And so I've kind of turned this love of communicating and pairing it with the love of the ocean. I've smashed them together, and I work in education and outreach. So I speak to student groups that come to the farm, tourists that come to the farm, as well as locals, and of course, people like you. So first, my question to you is, when you think about a coral reef, what do you think of? If you visualize a coral reef, what comes to mind? What colors, what creatures, what uses, what importances? And I hope that you think about this image as we go through the presentation, because at the end of it, you're going to see coral reefs in a whole new light. But firstly, what is a coral in the first place? We kind of understand what a coral reef is in a way, but let's dissect what a coral actually is. For some of you who don't know, corals are actually animals, but they do have a plant component and also a rock component. So if we zoom in, kind of using a magnifying glass, if you take a look at a coral, you'll discover that corals are actually animals. Most corals are colonial animals, meaning that they're made up of hundreds of thousands, depending on the size, could be millions of these little individual creatures called coral polyps. They are a part of the phylum Cnidaria, which basically means goopy bodies, stinging cells, lives in the ocean, and corals are just a very small section of that phylum. The photo over on the right, you'll see a really cool illustration of what a coral polyp looks like and its anatomy. So it has tentacles, stinging cells, a mouth, and a stomach. And that tells scientists that corals are also predatory animals, which is hilarious because the slide before, this elkhorn coral here that you see does not look like an animal, and it also does not give predatory. But it is, and that's so amazingly cool. So as predatory animals, you know, they're eating other things to make energy, and their prey is mainly a type of plankton. However, they do have a secret powerhouse that lives within their tissues. It's a type of marine plant, or it's a type of algae called zooxanthellae, and together they have a symbiosis. In this case, though, it's a mutualistic symbiosis. So kind of think Venom, but at the movie Venom, but at the end of the day, they're both working together for a common goal. It's a you scratch my back, I scratch yours type situation. Both partners, the coral polyp and the zooxanthellae, have a part to play. So for the zooxanthellae, what's really cool is that they are photosynthesizing. And when plants photosynthesize, they make energy and they also make oxygen. And zooxanthellae's part of the deal is to give that to the coral polyp. And then in exchange, the coral polyp then gives the zooxanthellae shelter, you know, a place to stay, and also waste products that plants love. So again, it's a you scratch my back, I scratch yours type situation. But then also as a bonus, the zooxanthellae give corals their pretty colors, because otherwise coral polyps are completely clear. So if the zooxanthellae is purple, the coral is purple. If the zooxanthellae is green, the coral is green. I think you get it. But then the last part, and the part that you're probably most familiar with, is that corals secrete an exoskeleton. And this exoskeleton is made out of limestone or calcium carbonate. I do have some pieces here. These coral exoskeletons, they did not die here at the farm, disclaimer, but they're really cool to look at because across their surface, and you can see in the image on the left, you'll see lots of small holes. In each of those holes is where a coral polyp would sit, be connected to its neighbor, and together they all secrete this skeleton in the same way that you make your own skeleton, which is really cool. So now back to a coral reef. This is when species of corals of different sizes and shapes and colors and niches or niches all come together, they grow together, they create towers, they're connected by other creatures, and they create these amazing, prolific ecosystems. So I hope now that you look at this image again, coral reefs look way cooler. But speaking of how cool they are, they're actually very valuable. Coral reefs are one of the most valuable ecosystems on the planet. Annually, they generate $350 million for the Bahamas, but for the planet, they give us something called ecosystem services, basically stuff we get for free from nature. All of that is said to be worth $2.7 trillion in value, and that's a gross underestimation as to exactly how valuable reefs are. So here are some of these ecosystem services, or those free things that we get from coral reefs. So coastal protection is a big one, especially for me growing up and living in the Bahamas. Coral reefs are our first line of defense against big waves coming from storms. And when you pair them with mangrove ecosystems, like what you just learned earlier, they can reduce wave energy by up to 97%. And that can mean the difference between me getting away to higher ground and also me not being able to. Then I'm sure I don't have to tell you the amount of food that coral reefs provide us. They provide food for hundreds of millions of people around the world. And for people living in more rural coastal settings, like a lot of Bahamians, it's our main source of protein. Well, they produce our main source of protein, which is seafood. And then 25% of all marine life rely on coral reefs at some point in their life cycle. So that's 1 in every 4 marine creatures rely on coral reefs, whether that's to find a mate, to rest if they're migratory, to find food, or maybe that's where they spend their entire life cycle. So they're really, really important, and also they're really biodiverse. And because of that biodiversity, we are way more likely to find cures to today's diseases and illnesses through combing through that biodiversity. Early COVID-19 treatments were synthesized from reefs. Those with Alzheimer's, there are treatments for them coming from reefs, and also those with certain autoimmune diseases and cancers. There are treatments for their pain and inflammation coming from reefs. So really, really important. And then on a more deeper note, it's a very big part of Bahamian culture, and I'm sure to local coastal peoples around the world. For the Bahamas, 2 of our top 3 industries rely on reefs to be healthy. That's tourism and fishing. And of course, you cannot have success in either of those industries without reefs being healthy to support those industries. Unfortunately, all of these ecosystem services that you and I benefit from on a daily basis are under threat, and that reefs are dying. And we have lost half of the world's reefs within the last few decades. And if we choose to do nothing at all, if we ignore it, we could lose almost all of global reefs by the year 2050. And that may sound far away, but it's the year 2024. That's only maybe 26 years from now. So it's really scary to know. And reefs are dying due to many stressors that are compounding on each other, like ocean acidification, climate change, overfishing, pollution, and of course, climate change is exacerbating all of these stressors and killing reefs way faster than they can rejuvenate. But there is hope because restoration has proven to revitalize these reefs. Over on the left, we have a really degraded reef, not a whole lot of life going on, but after a few simple techniques and a few years of care and monitoring, the reef on the left, that's that same reef, rejuvenated and revitalized. However, there are current models that just don't scale up very well. We could lose 90% of reefs by 2050, so we really have to think about scaling up that impact. And that's exactly what we're up to at Coral Vita. Again, we're the world's first land-based commercial coral farm for reef restoration specifically, and we're working on creating a global network of these high-tech coral farms to scale up that impact, to ensure that we do not lose 90% of reefs by 2050, and to ensure that our oceans can remain healthy for future generations. What we're working on is accelerating corals' growth through using specific techniques and also working on bolstering their resilience against the effects that climate change is having on our oceans. Climate change is making our oceans warmer and more acidic, and corals are a very picky creature. They can adapt, but the rate that climate change is changing our ocean temperature and our ocean's pH is too fast for corals, and they can't keep up. And this is something that we hope to solve at Coral Vita. And this new approach unlocks scalable revenue models. I did mention that we are a commercial coral farm, and we have kind of two main pillars of restoration, of revenue, sorry. One is restoration as a service. There are many stakeholders who understand how valuable reefs are, and through that would want to restore reefs for the good of their own country, for the good of their business, or for the good of their group. That could be governments, resorts and developers, cruise ship operators in case they need to dredge a new jetty. They can hire us to move corals out of the way of that impact and protect them by putting them somewhere else where they can survive and where people can still enjoy them. And speaking of people enjoying it, we're also an eco-tourism center where locals, students, visitors can come and understand how important reefs are and also want to take care of them. We can restore reefs until the cows come home. However, if the public does not understand how important they are and their part that they can play, the work that we're doing is pointless. And also, Coral Vita is not for our co-founders. Wherever we establish a Coral Vita, it could be Coral Vita Mauritius, Coral Vita Japan, Coral Vita Saudi Arabia. The Coral Vita would be for that community and to foster that love and that caretakership of reefs to that community. And we've been doing a great job so far. We won the Earthshot Prize in 2021, where we won £1 million to continue our work in the Revive Our Oceans category. And that was such an amazing day. We've had lots of press, and I'm really, really excited to show you what's going on in the tanks. So if you'll just give me a moment, I'm going to move over.
Hello, everyone. Hi, everyone. Cool. So we are over here at the tanks. These are our raceways. It's just a fancy way to say tanks. And in these tanks, we have water. And this is ocean water because corals are a marine creature. There's no such thing as freshwater corals. And in here, you can see every step of the process and how we can grow corals at accelerated rates or encourage them to grow at accelerated rates.
So firstly, it starts with wild corals. First, we go over to a reef, we figure out if we can rehabilitate it or not, and then we get to work and we pick up wild colonies of coral. So here we have a living coral colony, and if you take a look at kind of all of those small lumps across the surface, each of those lumps are a coral polyp, showing you that this is a colonial animal, an actual living creature, which is why I have to put it back in the water. And so how we can encourage them to grow at accelerated rates is through a process called microfragmentation. Essentially, taking these wild colonies of coral and then using a special tool called the diamond bandsaw, we skillfully cut small fragments of coral, like this. So science has found that when you cut a coral, it triggers a rapid growth response in the same way that your skin would respond if you accidentally scratch it. Your skin begins to regrow, to grow over that wound, and corals are doing the same thing when you cut them skillfully. So over time, the coral begins to grow over the microfragments. So you can kind of see that there. You can see all of the little polyps, and it's actually beginning to grow across this cement plug that we've given it to grow on. And this coral hasn't been in our farm for very long. Corals are very slow growing species, and through this process, we can encourage or accelerate that growth. But then the next step is when we place them back together to end up with a larger coral. So we're gonna go this way. I'm really glad I rehearsed this before. Yes, you can see more of our
I am
raceways.
so happy, Alana. I am here flipping like this is amazing. Thank you for doing this. I'm loving it.
Absolutely, absolutely. Okay, so the next step, hold on, you can't see. Okay, so you can kind of see it, and I'll bring it up closer so that you can really take a good look. So the next step is we take those microfragments, granted they have to be from the same coral colony, and we place them across a surface called a fusion cookie, because the idea is when they begin to grow over the plug, they will eventually run into each other. But what's really cool is that they will actually recognize themselves. It's like, oh shoots, it's me. And then they fuse and they become and act as one coral colony. You can see where they're touching there. I have an even better example to show you of a really successful coral cookie. So this coral cookie is almost completely covered in living tissue. There's hardly any space. That's the substrate or the surface that we gave it originally. And this is what we hope to accomplish. So then this fusion cookie, of course, we only borrow the corals for a little while, then goes back into the ocean. And how we outplant is what we call it. How we put these corals back onto the reef is we have a really cool underwater drill. We drill a hole into dead coral or into rock. We squirt a bit of very special cement into that hole, and there's a screw. Under each of these coral cookies, we place them into that hole, and we can kind of screw that in, just like that.
Hey, Alana, I'm loving this. Just can you check, like, can you turn off your camera and turn it on? Because some people is saying that there's a black screen right now, but it's just the last minutes.
No
Everyone
problem.
is are doing. Just to try. Yeah, let's hope that works. So please keep sharing what you are doing, guys. I need to visit you guys. I'm like,
You absolutely do.
I really need to go there. Please, Alana, we're hearing you.
So hopefully everyone can see me now, but I'll definitely show you this cookie again, just in case you missed it. So this species of coral is called staghorn coral, or Acropora cervicornis. And this species of coral is a very quickly growing species. This species grows maybe 12 to 15 centimeters a year. And using this microfragmentation process combined with using a fusion cookie, we can accelerate that growth and end up with a larger coral in the fraction of the time it would take a small, tiny coral to grow to this size in the wild without this process. Let me put this one back. And then we're going to go back over to where I was earlier, but before I do, this is our entire coral farm, and this is just the beginning. So I'm going to head back over to my chair where I was earlier. Don't go anywhere, BRB.
Let's wait for Alana, but you guys, did you enjoy that? All those pools? I am right now having so many ideas, and so blessed we are, guys, to see this here with Alana and the process that the corals are growing, then they are taking them in new positions. Actually, Alana, I got the chance to see these structures of coral that you are like even doing like some art, but with coral under the ocean. Have you seen those?
Underwater sculptures?
Yes, with coral.
Yes. So underwater sculptures can be beautiful. However, what sometimes can happen is that these sculptures are left to be colonized with corals. That's called passive restoration, where you kind of put something down there and you hope for it to become a reef one day. You just learned that corals are very, very slow growing species. The slowest growing corals only grow like 1 to 2 centimeters a year. And so by using this method of active restoration, putting living corals onto a structure and then onto the reef, soon you'll have a reef in no time. It supercharges that process.
Wow. No, Alana, I was behind the scenes just taking notes and learning so much about I didn't even know that corals were an animal. Like, just for that fact, I was, wow, I've learned so much. So as well as I know Mentimeter has so many more questions. So I'm gonna allow Myrna to jump in and read the questions.
Yes, we have so many. Let me share my screen one more time.
That's awesome.
The first question. We love it. The first question is, how did Coral Vita start, and how do you start a business in sustainability?
Okay, so I'm going to do my very best to answer these questions as I mostly work in the field. But Coral Vita got started. Our two co-founders are Sam Teicher and Gator Halpern, and they actually were good buddies in graduate school. They both went to Yale, and honestly, they were sharing a beer trying to figure out, okay, what are we going to do with our degrees? But they also were really upset at the pace that science and research and policy were actually creating effective change to make a positive change in this planet. And so they were kind of looking for common chords to figure out what can we do to help supercharge any sort of plight that the planet has. They both have a love for the ocean and a love for scuba diving, and Sam Teicher had just finished up a coral restoration project in Mauritius that when the project was said to be done, the reef wasn't restored. And so from then came the idea of creating Coral Vita as a business.
That is so cool. And what did you say? What are baby corals called, or is it technically correct to call a coral fragment baby coral? That's such a cute question.
It is a really cute question. So corals actually go through a whole metamorphosis. So they can sexually reproduce, and they can also asexually reproduce. So for an asexually reproduced coral, as in like if a piece of coral broke off of a larger colony, that would be called a fragment. It's technically a baby coral, but if you're thinking about like brand spanking new, genetically diverse baby coral, they go through a metamorphosis where first they start off as egg and sperm, then an embryo, then they turn into the larval stage, which is a planula, and then a spat, and then it's a juvenile coral. So I'm not sure there's an actual name, like how a baby goat is called a kid. I'm not sure if there is a word for an actual baby coral. They should make one.
Oh, okay. They should. It would be really cute. And next is, how can we as individuals help the coral reefs?
There are so many things you can do. You don't have to be working at Coral Vita. You don't even have to be a swimmer to help protect coral reefs. First thing is that everybody plays a role in this, although this is not completely our fault, but it's getting a handle on our consumption of single-use plastics. If you don't need to consume that plastic bag, that plastic fork or spoon after you got takeout, or if you need a drink of water, there's so many alternatives. You can take your own grocery bag, you can have your own utensils for takeout, and you can also have a water bottle. I know this whole Stanley water bottle thing is trending right now. One Stanley is cool. Having more than one Stanley kind of defeats the purpose. So hopefully you get the idea. I love to engage in product swapping where I pick something in my cupboard and I try to figure out if I can find a more sustainable option. So instead of a plastic jar, can I get a glass jar? Or can I get it in a bar form instead of in a liquid form?
That is so valid. I hate plastics. And the last question is, oh, that's someone who wants to reach out to you with an idea for a collaboration. What's the best way to connect with you?
Absolutely. So the best way to connect with me personally is through my Instagram. It's my first name and last name. My last name is missing a T in the slides. I do have a QR code for you. That's for me. Just give me 1 second. I'll bring it up for you. Okay, so for Coral Vita, to get in touch with Coral Vita specifically, this is the QR code on the thank you page. But then to collaborate with me specifically, there's the QR code on this page. And both those QR codes will either take you to Coral Vita's IG or to my IG. If you reach out to me, you reach out to Coral Vita. If you reach out to Coral Vita, you also reach out to me because I check both Instagram accounts. But if neither of those codes work for you, my name is spelled up there. My IG is just my name on Instagram, Alana Vellacott.
Actually, I will follow you and I will write you because it was such an amazing session. Honestly, I enjoyed much, Alana. I remember myself when I was watching like these TV shows where I was Saumafu, or I don't know if you know them, you know, like
I've never actually watched Zubumafu, but I know about it.
I love it so much. So thank you. And I guess right now, where's Myrna? Why is not Myrna here? Because right now we have also a small break and Myrna is supposed to be here to help me introduce.
Hi. We're going to go to the break now and listen to DJ Figo. That is so exciting. I love the session. Hi there.
To save the world, it begs the question, who exactly has 2 years to save the world? The answer is every person on this planet.
Yo! Listen, me anthem them just ready to wheel off now. Tune again, tune again. Anywhere we go, we are number one. Kill all the sound them one by one. Anywhere we go, we are number one. Kill all the sound them one by one. Anywhere we go, we are number one. Kill all the sound them one by one. Anywhere we go, we are number one. Kill all the sound them one by one. Kill all the sound them one by one.
jamming, and we're jamming in the name of the Lord. We're jamming, we're jamming right straight from your, yeah. Ooh, yeah. All right, we're jamming, and I hope the jam is gonna last. No bullets to stop us now. We need the beggar, we won't bow. Neither can be bought nor sold. You're the better right, that the children must unite. Oh, life is worth much more than gold. We're jamming, and we're jamming in the name of the Lord. We're jamming, 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 and we're jamming in the name of the Lord. We're jamming, jamming right straight from your. We're jamming, 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 we're jamming. Hope you like jamming too. Jamming, we're jamming, we're jamming, we're jamming. I want to jam with you now. We're jamming, we're jamming. Girl, I hope you like the jamming. I hope you like the
Come catch a vibe. Come catch a vibe. Stepped in Gucci slides. Come catch a vibe with me. You came to my section. Don't act shy with me. We can light up. You can come fly with me. The night ain't done. There's no tiring me. Stepped in everything Gucci. Come catch a vibe. Come catch a vibe with me. Come catch a vibe. Stepped in Gucci slides. Come catch a vibe with me. Stepped in instant vibes. Stepped in everything Gucci. 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 Stepped in everything
Wow, Elfigo, can you hear me? I fuck now. Hey, ma'am. Fine. Brother. So, over now. Thank you, Elfigo. Thank you. That was amazing. So, I'm glad for people. Yeah. And thank you so much, Elfigo. It was impressive. Hannah, did you enjoy it?
Wow, I was like, this is a great break. I'm just like here dancing.
Recharging. Hannah, let me tell you something. I really had
Thank you so much.
so happy that we can hear this music today. But right now, let me introduce you to our next speaker, Michelle Sanders. Her work has taken her to the Arctic, South Pacific, Europe, North America, for topics including the trade of tortoise and tigers, the accelerating loss of the Arctic sea ice, and stopping development of the largest oil field proposed in the North Sea. Michelle has filmed, Hannah, listen to this. Michelle has filmed underwater in Europe and Australasia. She has worked with a variety of mediums from the traditional documentary to short form viral content, reaching global audiences on a range of platforms for clients including Netflix, Project Impact, Stop Cambo, National Wild Federation, Human Society, BBC Digital, and more. So let's go with the video and please welcome Michelle Sanders.
So when I say we have 2 years to save the world, it begs the question, who exactly?
Hi, everyone. I hope you all can hear me. It's going to be hard to follow the amazing DJ set that we just had. but I am going to be giving a talk on visual design and composition. So how to complement your stories with impactful visuals. I'm just going to share my screen. Okay, let me see. Cool. Can we all see that? Yeah, great. Okay, so
Yes.
yeah, so visual design and composition. What is that? Basically, that is how to use visuals to best complement your stories. And to get into it, I'll start with a bit about me. Well, actually, first to say, visually compelling pieces help to catch viewers' attentions and to relay your message. So while visuals are not maybe the first thing to think about when you're thinking about telling a story, they absolutely are critical to getting your message across and keeping viewers' attentions, especially in our kind of very saturated media environment where we're seeing so many things all the time. How can we grab people right away? So a bit about me. I am a filmmaker with a background in social science. So I started by studying anthropology at New York University, and then a master's in biodiversity and conservation at Oxford. But throughout that time, I got practical training in filmmaking. I say that mostly to say that, you know, it's not a requirement to go to film school to learn how to use a camera. And it's not a requirement to have done that to become a storyteller. I've learned always practical experience, trial and error, picking up a camera and just figuring out what it does, doing a bunch of Googling. And I really, really support that as a method for filmmaking. And I also want to highlight, I'm not sure, you know, the different levels of skills that everyone has that's tuning in right now, but it doesn't actually matter what camera you're using. It's what you do with it and what story you're telling. So some of these cameras look kind of big, but really your iPhone is as good a thing as anything. They say, you know, whatever camera you have, that's the best camera because it's just about getting going. So I've done filming on a sailboat across the coast of Cornwall, documenting human-ocean relationships. I went to Norway and the South Pacific to look at deep sea mining, including shooting underwater for that piece. I also document events in London, specifically nature events. I'm based in London. Last year, I went to the Arctic to shoot a music film, which if we have time at the end, I will actually show for you guys. It would kind of be the premiere, maybe show you a bit of it to shoot. Yeah, so music film in the Arctic. I also regularly shoot for protest organizations in London to stop fossil fuel projects. But I also have a background shooting more commercial projects for the Oscars, the Apollo Theater, those sorts of things. And my passion at the end of the day is the ocean. So anything that gets me underwater is just my absolute favorite thing to do. So I figured I wanted to make this as accessible as possible, not sure sort of what everyone's different kind of levels are with visual composition. So kind of the biggest general rules, what I would say is, first and foremost, you want to shoot with the light. And what that means is that you have whatever your subject is, which is usually a human face, or it could be an animal, or it could be a plant, or even a mushroom, that has to have the best light. So if you have light in the background that's brighter than your subject, it's not going to look as nice. So for example, with people, it can be really nice to shoot on an overcast day because it's more favorable light. I don't know if you can, you know, with my face right now, it's quite a bright light. So you can see all the little crevices in my face. So an overcast day can be really good for shooting interviews and that sort of thing, to keep it quite the same, but it's not a rule. Really, the day that works is the best day to be filming. And then even though I'm talking about visual design and composition, I would also say that audio is incredibly important. And actually most filmmakers say that, you know, people will be happy with a shaky shot or, you know, something that's not quite in focus, but they won't listen to something with bad audio. So as good as you can get your audio, that is the first step, and then really focus on those visuals. And, you know, since we're in kind of the era of TikTok and Instagram, for vertical videos, because you have such like a narrow frame, I would say keep the camera still mostly, especially when you're starting out. And then have the movement go through the frame. And also if you're filming with a person, you know, keep them straight, or keep yourself straight if you're filming yourself, because that movement side to side is unforgiving on a phone, if that makes sense. So, and then in horizontal, if you have kind of a camera that allows it, I would say shoot 4K so that you can crop into vertical, because, you know, as my filmmaking has developed, there's very few pieces I've made that haven't needed vertical cropping for kind of promoting it on Instagram or TikTok or wherever online. And then there's also the fundamental rule of visuals, which is that if you're using a camera that has the shutter speed and the frame rate, your shutter speed needs to be double your frame rate. Why? So film is not the same as photo. Photos, you can, if you want something to be really crisp, you shoot at like 1/200th of a second. In films, because films are compiled by a series of photos, there's this thing called motion blur. So if I wave my hand just now, you can sort of see it moving, right? If you take too many photos, it would show up like this. Whereas if you keep your shutter speed as double your frame rate, it shows up like it should. So shooting at 25 frames a second, I double that, that's 1/50th. Slow motion is 100 frames a second, I double that, that's 1/200th. So, and if that flies over your head, totally fine. You know, your iPhone's going to do that automatically. Some of your cameras will do that automatically. But for those of you that really want to try out new cameras, that's the way to go. Great. And then how to work with your camera. So this is a long process. I've learned a lot of times in different environments how hard it is to work with your camera in different ways. And I would say that this shot of me on a boat is like one of the, one of the hardest environments, because you have the boat rocking to side to side. So it's a question of like, how do I keep this stable? Two big things. So the first is you want to have 3 points of contact. So you can see in this image, I have my camera strap around my neck, and then I have my hand down here and my hand over here. And that will help keep you very stable. And then, you know, over time you learn how to like move your arms properly, even your legs. It's quite a physical thing. And that's going to help you have these visually compelling, stable shots. The other big thing is how long you hold the shot for. So at least 5 seconds of filming, but ideally 10. And it sounds like not that much time, but in reality, it's really painful. I still struggle with it, where I just want to move on to the next thing. Like I've shot 4 seconds of a flower, it's time to go. But no, you really want those 10 seconds, because you just don't know when you're editing how long you want to hold those visuals for. And then there's also movement. Am I going to move? Or am I going to have something move in front of me, in front of the camera? In terms of light, to get a good visual composition, there's this thing called a light meter on a DSLR, and you don't want to go above +1 or -1 on that bar at the bottom of your DSLR. Otherwise, it's called blowing out. And that means your shot is overexposed, so it just turns out white. You know, have you ever seen those images where like the whole sky is white rather than seeing the clouds and the blues and the grays or anything like that? So you want to kind of lock in on that -1 to +1, but ideally 0. But you can't always get it right. And the thing that you're looking for is that your subject has that, because sometimes it will be really bright in your background. You have to kind of ignore it and it will just blow out the background, but that's okay. If your subject is properly in focus and properly has the right light, you'll have a good visual design and composition. Again, I know I'm not speaking about audio, but it's so important that I just want to say you should always be listening for things like planes and sirens, people talking too loudly, those sorts of things. Just pause for a second while you're filming and then get back into it, especially on an interview, because it's going to be really hard to communicate your visual story without that good audio that's clean. And then the last and biggest thing, patience. Let things happen. You know, if you're telling a story and you're telling a story with a person visually, you have to wait for them to do things. You have to wait for them to say things. And that just takes time. And so a really, really big thing with visual composition is just waiting, holding that shot longer, letting things happen, letting people relax into being around you and your camera. And then, yeah, so moving on to composition specifically. I'd mentioned previously that there's kind of 2 ways to think about composing your image. There's moving the camera or movement within the frame, so within the picture itself. Moving the camera can mean starting out really far away from something and then zooming in by physically moving. Sometimes people will move the camera itself and zoom in there. It's harder to get that right, so I would say move your body. And then there's also having movement in the frame. So having a frame that's, you know, static, like on a tripod or, you know, leaned up against a stack of books. That's one of my favorite methods. Up against a tree if you're out filming in the environment, wherever you can keep it steady, and then let things happen. Let someone make a cup of coffee. Let someone walk away into the distance. Or, you know, in this shot in the bottom left, I let him walk around and forage for mushrooms and kept this camera really, really steady. There's also having a mixture of shots. So we call it a wide. So the wide is these really far away shots that get you out into the whole landscape or zoom out from the character that you're going to have. Then there's close-ups. So having someone's face, having, you know, the flares from a protest. So this would be a wide, and then this would be the close-up. And then there's also detail shots. So you have, oh, well, they're pointing to a map. They're talking about a map. Let's show the hands. And there's also, you know, ones beyond that, like the super close-up or the medium shot, but I think that's getting a little bit too into the details, so we'll leave those. But basically, when you're thinking of composing your film, thinking of composing your images, think about how the mixture of these things to tell your story. So if someone's talking about, you know, how they're reforesting an area of Scotland, you might get them a wide of them around a bunch of trees in the landscape, so you know where they are. And then you get a close-up of their face, and then you get the details of them planting the trees. So you really want to be thinking about what they're saying and how your visuals can complement that. And so for that reason, you have to repeat a lot of the same actions from different angles. If you're filming with yourself, that's easy to negotiate. If you're talking to someone else, you sometimes have to kind of kindly ask them, like, can we do this again? I really want to get another shot of it. And so that's where things like communication can be really valuable. And yeah, so basically that's called B-roll. So B-roll of things that your character talks about. You want to be able to to show exactly what people are saying. Most of film is people talking underneath what's called the B-roll. So for example, in this, I had the mushroom forager talking about the type of mushroom he was foraging for, but you didn't really see the interview at all. You just saw him in the landscape, and then you saw like a shot over his shoulder, and then a shot of him picking the mushrooms. So the visuals are really important to get, and you have to listen in your interviews, or if you're not doing an interview or just kind of doing voiceover, just thinking about all the different kinds of visuals that you can get to cover that film with really beautiful stuff. And then there's the ways that you can elevate your visuals. And one of the ways is archive material. And I wanted to point to a really cool new resource called Open Planet, which has a massive archive, especially of natural history footage, that you can freely use for environmental purposes. And I think that's a really, really cool thing to do, especially if you're starting out, to use these visuals to elevate whatever your message is.
Hey, hello, how are you doing? I was just wondering, is it just me or Michelle Friest? But as she was sharing, patience is important. And when you are doing this kind of shooting, I think what she just mentioned about waiting for the shot, because sometimes a mistake that I'm personally doing is trying to build the scene, but when it's not organically, it doesn't have the same essence, and you cannot communicate what you are intending to, even though that you put there like your own, all your energy. And yeah, let's wait for them, but let's bring Hannah on the stage so I'm not here alone.
Yeah, no, I was also reflecting about the importance of patience, and if we want to effectively communicate what we see, then we have to know how to deliver, right? So I think Michelle texted she's back. Probably she lost her connection. Hello.
Yeah, I lost my connection. I am in a beautiful part of Scotland that is very remote. So I'll show you talk about visual design and composition.
Wow.
It's gorgeous, but it is a little remote.
Don't worry. Actually, we're just sharing how important patience is. So we're just waiting. But please keep going. And you still have a couple of minutes, and then we go with some questions, Michelle.
Perfect. Am I back to sharing my screen? Yeah, perfect. Hopefully it won't disappear again. So there's also such a thing as color palette. So in my most recent film, Arctic Ice Under the Midnight Sun, which you can see just here, it's all about Arctic sea ice disappearing, but it's a music film, so there's no talking in it. And so I was like, I have to pull out all of the blues that I can get in this to really show how gorgeous this sea ice is. So you can really think like, oh, I really want this to look really green. I want this to look really, I don't know, purple, or and really look for those details in your environment and pull them out. Foreground and background, so you can have different things happening in different places. So in this top shot, the mushroom is in focus, but he's foraging in the background. And then here as well, you have these people who are protesting inside the Environment Agency. And then you have people in the mirrors kind of looking at them like, what's going on? Another really big thing visually is emotions. Humans, we are animals. And we really relate to emotions. So if you can get people's emotions, that's super important. Music as well. So get your visuals complemented with really, really good music. And then finally, graphics and font design. So picking really compelling fonts and good design will really elevate your visuals. and bring your design and composition to a new level. And I can show a little bit of some examples, but I don't know if I have time. Do I have time, or should I leave it there?
No, just let's play one, I guess, and then we go with the questions with Myrna. Let's
great.
If the video plays, because I'm not quite sure. We cannot hear you now. I think you're disconnect your.
Michelle, I think your mic is.
Oh, sorry. Got it. Yeah, so I'm going to show just the first minute of the Arctic ice piece. I probably shouldn't share the whole thing because it's not released yet, but it will show you how much visuals can do.
See.
Yeah, so this is actually the first time I've ever shown it, so. Oh, actually, it's on a different screen. Let me see if I can get it. Video.
I'm happy now. I'm excited. I want to see it.
Share screen.
Because we have with Reforesting for Peace to connect with some youngsters from Norway that are working also on the Arctic.
Oh, cool. That's amazing.
Yeah. It's some plans for 2025, but let's see.
Will it let me do my entire screen? Lost permission.
No rush, not that much.
Open system. I really want to get it to work, but we'll have to see.
Yes,
there we go. This might work.
Nice. Wait, I think. Are you sharing?
Not just yet. I'm just trying to get the permissions right. Share screen. Is that going? No. Oh no.
Wait. Are you? Is it there? Are you sure you're not sharing it yet?
I tried to, and it just wasn't letting me. I'm trying one more thing as a video file, and if not, we might have to leave it.
One more chance.
I don't think that one's going either. Bummer.
Oh, here. I saw it.
It
yes.
is. Okay.
Can you make it again as a video? Yes, it's here.
Okay. Does that work? Polar bear. But that's a little sneak peek of what you can do with visuals, even in absence of people talking.
That was beautiful, like actually mesmerizing. That's so pretty. And now we're gonna do some questions. The first one is, can you submit movies filmed on phone cameras to places like film festivals? how would that resolution look like?
Yes, absolutely. I think there was a film that won at like Tribeca Film Festival, which is a really big film festival. I think it was called Orange, and it was shot entirely on an iPhone. And it doesn't just have to be iPhones, it can be Samsung. Samsung's really great. I would say the phone cameras have really, really good resolutions these days. So, you know, if you can shoot 4K, that's great. Doesn't have to, 1080p is good as well, but it will say it in there, 24, 25 frames a second. That's all good.
Okay, amazing. And the second and last question, because of a time constraint, what video editing programs do you recommend we get? Someone has an idea for a short film, but has never done anything with video.
Great. Yeah, great question. I use Premiere personally. It has a monthly subscription and it's a little expensive. Final Cut Pro has an outright price, but also a little bit expensive. Some people use DaVinci Resolve, which I think is free. And then there's things like CapCut that you can use freely as well. So a lot of people use different things. There's lots of ways to use it.
Okay, awesome. Thank you so much, Michelle. There are more questions, but we'll email them to you because of just time plan.
Yeah, thank you so much. And thank you, Myrma, for the questions. Now it's my pleasure to introduce the next speaker. So today we have Inewe Neukimo. Inewe Neukimo is a 21-year-old student studying international relations and cinema at the San Francisco University of Quito. He belongs to the Waorani nationality from the Amazon jungle of Ecuador. In addition to his studies, Inewe is actively involved in the indigenous film collective called Mulu TV and the Amazonian Youth Collective. His primary focus is on empowering children and young individuals, sharing knowledge about how they can create positive change in the world through their voices and ideas, starting from their own communities. Inewe emphasizes the pride of being indigenous, encouraging youth to embrace it now and always. He believes that biodiversity is the essence of life and advocates for the united world built on love and empathy, working towards a better future for the entire planet. I'm so excited for this talk, and now let's see what we can learn from him.
Es un poco de lo que es el cine desde los pueblos. Por eso el título de esta presentación se llama Historia desde los pueblos. Empezando por mí, para que me conozcan un poco, el nombre que tengo es en honor a mi abuelo que no conocí, pero el rostro y las fortalezas que tengo me hacen conocer mucho más sobre él y lo que la familia me ha contado sobre él. Y también quiero compartirles que yo, como nací en la selva, me encanta estar tiempo en la naturaleza y sentir la paz y de toda esa naturaleza alrededor de mí. Y también otra cosa curiosa sobre mí es que me encanta conocer a personas y saber historias, ya que en este mundo no estoy solo yo, sino hay muchas personas y muchas historias alrededor de mí. Y para este tema yo siempre empiezo por el storytelling, que es el narrar historias a través de diferentes formas, y por eso yo tengo una frase que me encanta, que es: cuando contamos una historia, conectamos, y después de conectar, vivimos esas historias. Entonces yo he puesto 3 fotos y seguramente se están preguntando por qué se pone y cómo el storytelling se relaciona con estas imágenes. Entonces, para el storytelling también necesitamos narrar algo que enganche a la gente y dar un contexto a la gente que está a nuestro alrededor y también detrás de la pantalla, como cada uno de ustedes. Entonces, yo he puesto 3 imágenes. En la primera es uno de mis abuelos con el que pueden relacionarme, y la historia de él a mí me abraza y me hace conectar mucho más con las demás personas, con mis familiares, con mis amigos. Entonces, compartir eso, compartir historias, compartir sueños, compartir cada una de las cosas que tenemos en nuestra vida. También a través de las historias podemos conectar con personas que han vivido y nos han contado historias pasadas y que ahora podemos transmitirlas, como en el ejemplo está mi abuelo, y yo puedo transmitir a la segunda foto, que son a los niños, que son las futuras generaciones, que ellos también van a contar historias. ¿Y por qué no ser parte de esos sueños y vivir esos sueños? Pero también tenemos que pensar a qué público estamos hablando. Entonces, cuando contamos a una persona o cuando damos una charla a un público, tenemos que saber a qué público va dirigido, por ejemplo, si subimos un reel y nosotros somos jóvenes, puede ser que esté conectado también a la influencia en la que estamos viviendo. Y si contamos, por ejemplo, leyendas, va a ser para un público mayor, pero no va a ser también para un público menor. Entonces tenemos que saber qué mensaje estamos dando, cómo lo hacemos, y también por eso importa mucho el tono de la voz, el cómo nos expresamos a través de nuestro cuerpo, de nuestra voz, y los tonos y los momentos en los que vivimos. Entonces, ¿cómo puedo yo transmitir algo y que ese mensaje llegue a esa persona? Entonces yo he puesto diferentes fotos para que ustedes vayan también analizando y cómo podemos llegar a esas personas sin que sea muy abrumante o muy bajo el nivel del mensaje. Y mi parte favorita es también qué medios puedo usar. Entonces, cómo puedo llevar, cómo puedo transmitir ese mensaje. Y yo he puesto una foto mía, porque yo también hago cine, y también cómo podemos manejar estos medios. Tenemos las redes sociales como Instagram, TikTok, Facebook, o también las tradicionales que son como radios, también pueden ser mensajes de texto. Entonces, todo esto podemos generar una red en la que todo lo que hagamos o lo que decimos sea transmitido. Y yo siempre digo, y he puesto la frase de que todo lo que pueda grabar y compartirse es de gran utilidad, porque el mensaje puede llegar a todo lado, pero siempre usando el medio correcto. Y como para un botón basta, les he puesto un caso muy peculiar en el que todo el movimiento y toda la comunicación nos ha servido de forma directa. En mi caso, les hablaré sobre el Yasuní, que fue un caso en el que Ecuador decidía el futuro, el sí dejar el producto fósil, el combustible fósil como el petróleo bajo la tierra, o la otra parte era sacar todo y que la naturaleza se vea afectada por estos cambios. Entonces aquí pueden ver la frase que está como Yasuní, a global environment victory. Entonces toda esta función fue hecha a través de personas, también fue hecha por indígenas, y también qué mensaje le transmitíamos a la gente. Entonces las imágenes que poníamos a través de animales, personas, el mensaje que llegaba a todos lados era a través de solo letras e imágenes. Entonces ese mensaje llegaba a diferentes partes del mundo, y no solamente fue en Ecuador, sino llegó a todo el mundo. Pero también tenemos que saber quiénes estaban detrás de esto y cómo esto funcionó para que todo el mundo que estaba apoyando o no esta solución o esta crisis que se iba a dar, sabía sobre esto. Entonces llegamos a la parte en la que todos se pusieron de acuerdo. Aquí tenemos a Muyu TV, que es la productora de cine indígena en la que yo trabajo, y también varios colectivos. También está Jóvenes Amazónicos, Yasunidos, muchas conexiones que hicimos, y también les puse imágenes sobre las 3 partes del Ecuador: la costa, sierra y oriente, y también la región insular, que es Galápagos. Entonces, el mensaje que poníamos en redes sobre sí, Yasuní, poníamos un mono, poníamos un jaguarcito, y todas las personas dando su perspectiva, llegaba a diferentes partes. Entonces, eso fue el mensaje que captó a todos, y no solamente fue hecha por nosotros, sino salimos a las calles, pusimos hashtag sobre sí a Yasuní, sí a la vida, sí a la naturaleza. Entonces, el mensaje no solamente quedó en el Ecuador. Actores también como Jason Momoa, Mark Ruffalo, Nat Kelly, Leonardo DiCaprio apoyaron esta iniciativa, ya que el futuro es verde. Entonces, ¿por qué no apoyar a una salida en la que, como sabemos, actualmente vivimos una crisis climática? Entonces estamos buscando maneras para reducir el carbono, para reducir la basura, para reducir todo lo que nos afecta y tener una vida digna y con mejores soluciones a futuro. Entonces, detrás de todo lo que fue Yasuní hubo un gran equipo moviéndose, y lo que a mí más me encantó de toda esta campaña es que a través de la naturaleza, a través de videos, de todas las cosas que se movían a través de redes sociales, no solamente creamos conexiones, no solamente creamos amigos, sino creamos hermanos, creamos una familia en la que todos por una vez o por 2 veces en la vida dijimos sí, quisimos hacer parte de este cambio. Entonces fue un golpe interesante de cómo las redes sociales, como una historia, como una persona o como una parte de la tierra puede cambiar el rumbo de la historia, y podemos hacer algo por nuestra tierra. Y después de esto, el resultado final fue la noticia que más alegró a millones de ecuatorianos. De hecho, el 60% de ecuatorianos votó por el sí. Y como leen aquí, fue una noticia global. Todo el mundo estaba hablando, redes, periódicos, o sea, grandes compañías que no conocían mucho de este caso, fueron la voz también detrás de el Ecuador, detrás de la gente indígena que luchó por varios meses para que esto sea posible. Llegamos a todas las pantallas en todo lado, pero gracias a la comunicación y a la manera en la que contamos las historias, las anécdotas, los hechos que pasaban a través del día a día, los días que nos demorábamos en hacer campañas, en hacer videos, pero todo fue, no solamente guiones, sino totalmente fue hecho con todo el corazón, y por eso estas historias fueron con gran alegría, y fue una máquina en ir, regresar, traer chicos, alegrar vidas y también llevar el mensaje que era cuidar la naturaleza. Y con esto yo quería cerrar y también quería invitarles a que podamos conversar, y si tienen alguna duda o después de todo esto tienen algunas cosas más que quieran saber sobre Ecuador, sobre cómo podemos contactarnos, también les dejaré mis redes sociales. Y también antes de terminar, yo quería decirles que creemos historias, que no solamente esperemos que alguien más nos cuente la suya, sino nuestra voz, nuestro corazón y nuestra pasión por querer algo no nos va a quitar nadie, y que nosotros podemos hacer mucho más que solo decir pequeñas cosas, sino salgamos al mundo y creemos en que el futuro está en nuestras manos y que podemos hacer mucho más por esta tierra, por nuestros animales, por nuestras futuras generaciones, y que el cambio es hoy, no es mañana, es hoy.
The answer is every person on this planet. We still have a chance to make greenhouse gas emissions come.
Amazing. So, Berna, how is going to be this? You will say the questions and I will translate them for Inewe. Inewe,
Okay.
Berna nos va a decir las preguntas y yo las voy a traducir para ti, ¿va?
De acuerdo.
Vale.
So the first question, the first question we have for now is, how do you think other countries can follow in Ecuador's footsteps?
So, ¿cómo piensas que otros países pueden seguir los pasos que Ecuador ha tenido alrededor del Yasuní?
Creo fundamentalmente que nos sigan también a través de cada una de las redes, de no solamente estas redes que son comunes como noticieros, que están avalados por el gobierno, sino hay muchas redes sociales más que pueden ser directas y con información real, no es información falsa, y que también apoyemos estas iniciativas donde partes de la gente indígena, de la gente que verdaderamente está luchando por todo esto, y cómo desde la parte indígena podemos hacer un cambio. Entonces, crear voces y lleguen, es por eso mismo que puse de que nuestras voces rompen barreras y pueden llegar a otros lugares del mundo, compartiendo y sintiéndonos primero, partiendo desde la empatía de que qué es lo que harías tú si estuvieras en nuestro lugar, y cómo nosotros podemos ayudarnos y brindamos apoyo mutuo, así sea una compartida o un reposteo, todo nos puede servir, pero esa es la conexión que queremos hacer desde Ecuador y para todo el mundo, y también desde otras partes del mundo, ayudarles a ustedes con sus problemáticas.
Okay, so what Inewe says, Merna, is basically that we should explore other networks rather than those media, like the mainstream media that you have access to the news. Always explore new ways of getting what's going on, and share with your comrades. And as he shared during the session, our voices can cross borders and go ahead. So we should motivate and empower the collaboration, so in between the nations, as a summary. Let's go with the next question.
That's amazing. The second question is, how do you get involved in this big campaign you worked in, like the Yasuni?
¿Cómo te involucraste en la campaña tan grande como el Yasuni? ¿De dónde llega esta conexión?
Justo estaba terminando mis clases y en Ecuador se ve, bueno, esta campaña fue hace 10 años y el Estado no la aprobó. Entonces, 10 años después, todos empezamos a ver que ya había maquinaria. Entonces, yo también yo manejo lo de las redes sociales, entonces compartía en clases y después de lo que los chicos vieron lo que hacía en la ciudad, ellos también me dijeron, loco, vamos y hagamos contenido para Muyu TV y todo eso. Entonces, ellos me involucraron, empezaron a darme como pautas de qué más debería hacer y de hecho con ellos, como ellos tenían el equipo necesario para hacer grande esta campaña, entonces nosotros pusimos a hacernos dibujos, pancartas, reels cortos, TikToks, o sea, de todo funcionó. Entonces yo por mi parte era como solo comunicador, pero hubo otro grupo también que hacía diferentes cosas, entonces todos estábamos envueltos y todos teníamos un rol fundamental para llevar esto y por eso te digo que fue una campaña grande a nivel global que gracias a estas conexiones entre países fue lograda a escucharse en todos lados. Entonces creo que ese sentimiento fue...
Yeah. So Inewe just shared that he was actually finished his classes, Merna, and then this campaign like start evolving and everyone took their roles. Some people was doing some frames like cartels and like publicity to try to bring these voices out. But something that he highlights, Inewe highlights, is that the interconnection in between these people out of Ecuador made possible to get the outreach that they got in Ecuador, even though that this campaign was 10 years old. This last time is when it explodes and Ecuador finally votes yes for keeping the oil instead of exploiting it. So the campaign that Inewe just shared is about the stop using fossil fuels, like fossil fuels out, and now some other options that Ecuador is about to explore.
Like, we love that.
Yeah. Okay, we have a last question, I guess.
Yes, and it's the most important one. How can we amplify and support the voices of indigenous communities?
¿Cómo podemos ampliar ampliar las voces, pero también dar soporte a las voces de las comunidades originarias?
De hecho, eso también estamos haciendo porque estamos haciendo campañas para que los chicos, por ejemplo, no tienen este acceso a trabajos fijos aquí en la ciudad. Entonces, nosotros a través de Muyu TV también estamos enseñando y creando clases de cine y también de producción audiovisual para que ellos tengan otra salida y ellos mismos puedan empezar a desarrollarse a sí mismos para hablar en público, para compartir todo y sin necesidad de que sea hecho por personas de afuera, sino ellos mismos aprendan y que ellos mismos puedan contar sus propias historias. ¿Y cómo apoyamos esto? También tenemos como el colectivo también nos ayuda con el equipo necesario para ir a las comunidades y que ellos aprendan por sí solos y se desarrollen en todos los ámbitos posibles.
Okay, so what Inewe was sharing basically is that he expects the indigenous youth to get trained, to learn these skills. They are trying to collaborate between each other to share the knowledge, and everyone gets upgrading their own skills so everyone can take their role into these campaigns and communicate. And is what I can share right now, because honestly, I was just checking out the videos and also the background, so I'm like, but in general, Inewe, that eso es increíble. Inewe, Merna, do you have any other questions? I don't know.
There is one, but I would have to ask you to read it out, Augustine.
Okay, so, ¿cómo haces que gente joven se una a tu causa? Ah, no mames, tú puedes también leer, ¿eh? I just...
¿Cómo veo que más gente joven es? Creo que yo transmito también como esa vibra de ser empático con la gente y entender también qué es lo que ellos quieren. Entonces, yo conecto, eso es lo que yo amo de mí, es como conectar rápidamente y que ellos también se sientan enganchados con esa noticia, compartir. Por eso siempre dije al inicio de que esto de compartir historias y conocer a gente es lo que me motiva, porque muchas veces parte de esas historias pueden conectar sueños, y es lo que pasó con mi universidad. Entre dos amigos se conocieron y crearon la universidad. Entonces, desde ahí es como conocer diferentes personas y desde ahí impulsarnos a todo. Y cuando te unes, estas conexiones logran muchas cosas, como fue el caso de Yasuni. Conociste personas y conocí a todos.
Oh, there's something really beautiful and important that what he loves about himself, maybe this is where I should start, that his love of himself let him understand that he loves that he is empathic with people and that he can share and communicate. And when you are sharing a story leads into dreams, and dreams into actions, and actions into realistic things. So, for example, the university where he studies, this university started as a conversation within two friends, and now you have the university. Then the Yasuni campaign will start as sharing a story within a group of people, and then they start to communicate. As when we did Merna in COP27.
COP27.
And here we are having the Global Youth Coalition streaming in 4 languages, people from Ecuador, Cairo, Mexico, and me from the world. I'm in Hong Kong right now. So I guess that's
How
it.
cool is that?
Yeah.
That is it.
Anna?
Yeah, muchas gracias. O sea, I just want to say thank you so much for your valuable information. Muchas gracias por toda la información que nos has dado. Es hermoso que podamos conectar contigo y que poco a poco justamente compartimos y nos unimos a la causa. Así que muchas gracias. Estamos en contacto. And yeah, basically we're...
Muchas gracias.
Actually, one last thing. Inewe, wait there, not te vayas. We have to announce that we will start giving away GoPros and microphones again. We have a plan finally, because we will have some people in Bonn that will take this in all over the planet. Entonces, Inewe, vamos nosotros a entregar algunas GoPros y micrófonos a jóvenes, a NGOs, y la gente puede participar. So, sorry for the interpretation that I'm mixing languages, but the main idea is that you guys go with Ecoverse, check, right? Hannah, you can find there the mini games and participate for these amazing prizes. That's the first thing. Second thing, you can get $2,500 if you post a video 3 to 5 minutes with your decarbonization maritime idea. Check drivet.org for more information. And thank you so much. Gracias, Inewe. Thank you, Merna, Hannah, Chris, Irene. Thank you, everyone. Thank you, the eco-interpreters. This is Reforesting for Peace. And of course, we are the Global Youth Coalition. Thank you, guys.
Thank you, everybody. Remember to rate the session.
So when I say we have 2 years